Chapter 1108. Before Jiaoxing monk could answer, the lions below let out a strange roar. They were very dissatisfied. A white lion stood up. This is unfair. Everyone knows that you and the green lion are close, and the green lion has always been loyal to Heaven's Choice Buddhism. Who can guarantee that they won't cheat when they pass the Buddhist power to their own people behind closed doors? They can still hold on, but they are pretending that they can't take it anymore. No, Master Zhenyang, you can cross anyone, but you can't cross the green lion. The moment the white lion said that, the lions all agreed. Heaven's Choice Buddhism and Tianyuan's lions had been in contact for tens of thousands of years. In fact, they were all gathered in the green lion pride. It was a bit too much to say that they were colluding, but how could it be fair? At that time, Zhenyang would definitely win, and the green lion pride would benefit from it. Between the two monks, they didn't have any obvious bias. They were more familiar with Zhenyang and knew him well. That Jiaoxing monk's words were very nice, and they liked his glib tongue very much, so they had no choice. But they cared a lot about which pride would benefit. The green lion was already the overlord of Tianyuan. If he used this opportunity to take another step forward, expand his influence and increase his power, would he use this opportunity to subdue all the lions and unify them? This was what they were really worried about. There was a reason for the lions to be noisy. Zhenyang couldn't use force, otherwise, this competition would be suspected of cheating, and there would be no meaning. It seemed that between the monk and the three-headed lion, it would be best if they didn't have a good relationship. Only then could they reflect the difference in their strength more realistically. For example, if he were to cross the three-headed white lion, the white lion would definitely support itself to fight for a chance for the other monk. It didn't matter. In Zhenyang's opinion, no matter which pride it was, it didn't matter to him. He also didn't have any thoughts of cheating. Instead, it was the green lion pride that needed him to put in more effort. Since these beasts didn't know what was good for them and were suspicious, then he would do as they wished. He was more confident. Good. Since it's everyone's opinion, then I won't cross the green lion. Are you all interested? You can recommend yourself to show fairness. All the lions set their eyes on Baisha. They knew that among all the lions in Tianyuan, only Baisha's strength was second only to Indigo Lion. Moreover, he disliked Indigo Lion the most and had never given up the idea of taking back control of Tianyuan. The White Lion tribe's true monarch leader was also very straightforward. If that's the case, why don't my White Lion tribe send out 3 true monarchs to play with Master Zhenyang? The White Lion pride also had 3 true monarchs. Just like the Azure Lion pride, the other prides only had 1 or 2 true monarchs. There were even some that didn't have any true monarchs. They were all Yuanying lions. Zhenyang simply said, "Okay, I will be responsible for redeeming Buddha to the 3 White Lion lords. I don't think there will be any suspicion of secret communication anymore, right? Junior brother Jiaoxing, which pride will you choose?" As soon as he finished speaking, the pride shouted in unison, "Of course we want fellow Daoist Azure Lion. Do we have any other choice?" These lions, although they looked fierce and boorish, were actually not stupid. They knew that this kind of distribution was the most difficult to fake. White Lion had resisted Heaven's Choice Buddhism for thousands of years and couldn't possibly cooperate. Azure Lion had a good relationship with Heaven's Choice Buddhism, so it would definitely fight against the foreign monk from the main world. Under such a combination, it really depended on one's true ability. Monk Jiaoxing laughed and said, "I can't even decide." "Fine. Since everyone agrees, then I will redeem Buddha's power to the 3 masters of Azure Lion. Competition is secondary." For a laugh, Zhenyang looked on coldly. He felt that he seemed to have the initiative everywhere, but it seemed that he couldn't suppress the limelight of this foreign monk. No matter how much he controlled the situation, this monk was slippery. He could always see thunder in silent places. Most of the lions present were actually on his side. Although it wasn't obvious, there was a trend. It was also strange. He still had to strike. He didn't hold back. This time, there are still some risks in redeeming Buddha. It will inevitably affect the Lion Lord's cultivation in a short period of time. It's a debate for Buddhism, but it's difficult for your cultivation. It's not the Tao of Buddhism. Therefore, I will take out 3 treasures. No matter if I win or lose, I will give them to the Lord who receives my Buddha's power as thanks. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and 3 treasures appeared. They were all very good Buddhist artifacts. A staff, a golden bowl, and a jade archive. These were all useful items for the Bodhisattva realm. They were treasured artifacts. Actually, to the true Lord Lions, their level was slightly low. However, the ancient lions didn't know how to make artifacts and were extremely lacking in this aspect. Therefore, they were also very attractive. Zhenyang's actions were just another attempt to rope in the White Lion clan. To him, these Buddhist artifacts were nothing. They looked shiny and golden, but their strength was only average. This was his private weapon. In order to defeat the foreign monk this time, he had put in a lot of effort. Monk Jiaoxing saw that since Zhenyang had done this, how could he show others empty-handed? The so-called competition was a competition of aura. It wasn't just strength, but also wealth. Whether it was Dafa or not. Therefore, he laughed, "Senior brother is so Dafa, I can't be too stingy. For this long trip, I didn't have enough luggage and didn't prepare enough. I only have 2 or 3 small items that can't be used in public." What a joke! With a clap of his hands, 3 treasures flew into the air. A purple gold robe, a moon Buddha crown, and a demon-subduing pestle that was dozens of feet long. Once these 3 items were taken out, it was obvious who was superior to Zhenyang's. Although the demon-subduing pestle was an ordinary artifact, it was superior in that it was made of sturdy materials. It was suitable for the Lion clan. As the saying went, there was no best, only the best. A lion with a demon-subduing pestle was a different scene. The lions below were all envious. The moon Buddha crown wasn't as complicated as the Daoist crown. It was more like a traveler's headband. There was a crescent moon in the middle, with a mysterious power. Although it was a treasure, because of its mysterious use, it also made people's imagination run wild. Finally, there was the purple gold robe. It was a true Tao artifact that was used by a true lord. Not to mention its use, just its level was enough to make others feel small. The lions were all drooling. They all thought that this monk in the main world was indeed different. He was so Dafa. He was just a passing bodhisattva, but he carried so many belongings with him. Moreover, he treated them like they were worthless trash, casually taking them out and giving them away. Most of the lions changed their minds. It seemed that the main world was indeed different. Even if they wanted to hug the thighs of Buddhism, why not hug the thighs that were thicker and stronger? Moreover, they would probably have to go to the main world in the future. However, there were also some who had evil thoughts. They thought about how to find a hidden place to blackmail this monk after the lion's roar assembly ended. The main and reverse worlds were blocked, so who would know who did it? Zhenyang tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice used to lure it. He couldn't help but be angry, and evil thoughts grew in his heart. "Junior brother, why are you still dawdling? We are Buddhist disciples, so we have to see the truth of Buddhism. That is true ability." Chapter 1109. With the third-party intermediary, the reward treasures, and the rules, the audience's morale had risen. The Buddha battle was inevitable and unstoppable. Qing Gang, Qing Xiong, and Qing Zong stood not far away from Monk Jiaoxing. They looked a little awkward. They were biased towards the Heaven's Choice Mantra Bodhisattva, but they had a good impression of this foreign monk. It was not entirely because of his generosity, but more because this person gave the lions a feeling of being grassroots and never high up. This made the lions feel at ease, and it was easier for them to accept such a human character. But a fish and a bear's paw can't have the best of both worlds. No matter how much the foreign monk liked him, he couldn't replace Zhenyan Bodhisattva who had been in contact with him for thousands of years. Because he didn't understand, because Monk Jiaoxing was just an individual. If most of the monks in the main world had such a character and attitude, it would be easier for them to make a different choice. Monk Jiaoxing looked at the 3 slightly nervous lions in front of him and smiled. "Don't be nervous. This is a conflict of ideas between the 2 worlds of Buddhism. It has nothing to do with you. The only thing you need to do is to do your best in our competition. Before I came here, I heard that the lion race is an honest race. I feel that maintaining this honesty is more important than believing in Buddhism. If I were you, I would be more worried about how to divide the treasures." The three lions laughed. One had to admit that this foreign monk's words were very pleasant to listen to. It was as if they were chatting among friends. Monk Jiaoxing lowered his voice. "Actually, the so-called division between the two worlds of Buddhism is the problem of who is the master and who is the subordinate. A mountain can't have two lions, unless one is male and the other is female. How can there be right and wrong? When the male and female are separated, there will naturally be a conclusion. Now, it's all nonsense." The three lions smiled knowingly. Of course, they understood this. It was the same principle to fight for territory with the lions. This foreign monk was frank and cute, making people unconsciously want to befriend him. He was an amazing person. Seeing that both sides were standing still, Xinyan Bodhisattva shouted, "Junior brother, shall we start?" The two of them forced out their Buddhist power at the same time and crashed into the three lions in front of them. There were countless big and small lions watching, so no one dared to fake it. Xinyan Bodhisattva used the six-syllable mantra of Buddhism, which matched his Dharma name very well. It was also the favorite method of the ancient Buddhist orthodoxy. As he chanted the mantras, the mantra, and ni came out one after another. The amount of energy he controlled was 1 naku and 1 ma bag. In other words, Xinyan Bodhisattva consumed 3 ma bags of Buddhist power at the same time. The three white lions on the other side did not dodge, nor did they move. They accepted the attack calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, these two human bodhisattvas would not dare to do anything. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the lions in an instant. They would also lose the reputation of Buddhism, and the 10,000 years of Buddhism would be lost in a single day. Monk Jiaoxing's method was more unique. It also confirmed the fact that there were many schools of Buddhism in the main world. He used 3 swastikas. Of course, this was also the purest supreme seal of Buddhism. Merit was hidden in it, and a brilliant momentum was faintly pressing against each other, making the pride feel the pressure brought by the swastika seal from afar. Although it was completely different from Xinyan Bodhisattva's method, in terms of power, it was not inferior at all. It was also 3 ma bags of swastikas. In terms of energy consumption, it was the same as Xinyan Bodhisattva's. If the energy consumption was similar, then the final comparison would be between the two monks in terms of the depth of their cultivation. From this point of view, Xinyan Bodhisattva, who was in the late stage of Bodhisattva, was much stronger than Monk Jiaoxing, who was in the middle stage. In the first round, the 6 monarch lions and 1 ma bag of Buddhist power entered their bodies. The first one did not move at all, as if they did not feel anything. This was because of their cultivation. After all, they were monarchs. Even if the monarchs of monarchs were slightly weaker than human monarchs, they were only slightly stronger than human bodhisattvas. However, a true monarch was still a true monarch. This kind of pure Buddhist energy was completely unbearable. Ma bags of Buddhist power exuded from the two monks' bodies. It looked like Buddha was cutting his flesh to feed the eagles. In a symbolic sense, a bodhisattva, or a Taoist, how much Buddhist power or Dharma power they contained in their body was really different from person to person. It was related to many factors, such as one's aptitude, cultivation process, chance coincidence, characteristics of cultivation methods, background of sects, the quality of jindan, the level of nascent soul, and countless other things. In fact, the difference in cultivation between two bodhisattvas was actually very big. At the extreme, the difference could even be 10 times. It was very terrifying. Of course, the difference between Xinyan and Jiaoxing, who both looked like disciples of famous sects, was not that big. Considering that one was in the late stage of bodhisattva realm and the other was in the middle stage, the difference between the two could be confirmed. Since the difference was so big, what was the point of competing? Of course, they were competing with the same Buddhist power and the profound meaning of Buddhism contained in it, for example, the Tao realm, as well as some deeper understanding of Buddhism. For example, Xinyan Bodhisattva's 6 syllables mantra and Jiaoxing's swastika seal were the in-depth embodiment of the monk's own expertise. It was just a competition of who had a deeper understanding of both sides. The deeper the understanding, the deeper the things contained in the same Nanku energy, and the greater the impact on the lion. Compared with the overall cultivation, it was a matter of quality and quantity. The cultivation of the middle stage of Bodhisattva realm was not necessarily bound to lose, because he could still make up for it through a deeper profound meaning. The depth of cultivation of both of them was above 1 aku. Therefore, once the competition started, it went very fast. In less than 15 minutes, hundreds of moves had been made. Zhenyan Bodhisattva felt that Jiaoxing's swastika seal was very strange. He didn't think too much about it. The different Buddhist cultivation paths in the positive and negative space had already changed after millions of years of development. It would be a lie to say that he recognized it. It would be normal if he didn't. The swastika seal had a very high status in Buddhism. It wasn't something that ordinary monks could cultivate. At least, Zhenyan Bodhisattva had never seen it in the Heaven's Choice continent. Therefore, this thing should be relatively unfamiliar to him. Although it was unfamiliar, the basic things were still Buddhist. For example, the power of merit contained in the swastika seal was indeed an authentic Buddhist secret technique that couldn't be more authentic. What he felt strange about was the way the swastika seal was printed. In the ancient books, this should be something that the monk wholeheartedly poured out from the inside out, something that was pure and natural. However, Jiaoxing's seal came out from the top of his head, just like flying swords. The only difference was that it was the swastika seal that came out. Of course, this was just a metaphor. How could it be a flying sword? A little stiff. A little sharp. It was far from reaching the perfect state of Buddhism. This was probably because the cultivation time was not enough. Zhenyan Bodhisattva could only guess so. Chapter 11:10. There were 3 other people who also felt the difference. They were Qinggang, Qingxiong, and Qingzong, the 3 lions. They were the recipients, so of course they felt it the most directly and directly. Similar to Zhenyang, they didn't feel the stiffness of the swastika. Instead, they keenly captured a trace of indescribable sharpness in the mighty power of merit. To the ancient beasts, this was something that could threaten their lives, so they couldn't be careless. Therefore, the 3 lions secretly asked Zhenyang for advice. Qinggang was a little worried. Master Zhenyang, this monk Jiaoxing's swastika is a little too sharp. If it accumulates in the long run, will it cause harm to our Tao foundation? It did not consider anything else, nor did it consider the possibility that the monk might have evil intentions. It only felt that if it persisted, there would be a bad influence. The so-called influence was nothing more than a period of rest and recuperation. Zhenyang comforted it. It's okay. We Buddhists can't use underhanded methods in the Dharma demonstration. Do you think we're those shameless Taoists? It's a little stiff, but this monk hasn't fully mastered this aspect. He's only in the middle stage of Bodhisattva, so he hasn't been immersed in it for long. You know what will happen when he suddenly takes it out? Qingxiong also asked. Then, what's the origin of that sharp intent? Is there such a mark in Buddhism? Shouldn't it be open and dignified? Zhenyang laughed. He also just figured it out. Tell me, with the Tao state power contained in this monk's Dharma power, who's stronger and who's weaker? Qingzong answered. The difference is similar. They're on par. Zhenyang explained. That's right. The profound meaning of Buddhism in every Nanku is similar, but in terms of the depth of cultivation, he's far inferior to me. Then, how can he compete with me? He can only use some tricks to make you feel threatened, and unconsciously have scruples. If you can persist, you can't. Actually, what are you afraid of? It's always just a threat. If he threatens you to give up, if you don't give up, this sharpness will never turn into reality, because it's used to scare people. Azure Lion and the other 2 were suddenly enlightened. Like I said, how could the lofty and grand Buddhist Dharma seal emit such an inexplicable sharpness? Just like those Daoist cultivators? So that's how it is. This is very easy to understand. He knew that there was a gap between him and senior brother Zhenyang, so he wanted to cause psychological damage to the 3 of them. If the 3 of them suspected that there was a ghost in their hearts, they would have a sharp inner demon. As the Buddhist power increased, they could not help but imagine that they were in a dangerous state of being attacked. When they could not hold on any longer, As long as they admitted defeat and gave up, the foreign monk would win. How cunning! Fortunately, they weren't stupid. Since he clearly knew that this sharpness was just a paper tiger, a threat that looked impressive but was useless, once his misgivings were gone, he became more confident, more tolerant, more confident. When he felt this sharpness again, he slowly realized that this sharpness was like a combination of countless fragments. It could not form a qualitative change through accumulation. It was like countless small needles that could never become a big sword. Even so, as the total amount of Buddhist power increased, the six-headed lions also felt the pressure. After all, it was the power of Buddhism, a magnificent inheritance second only to Taoism between heaven and earth. It was not something that a small ancient clan could completely resist. They were ancient beasts, not the seeds of Buddhism. When they used their own demonic power to resist the pure power of Buddhism, even if it was the power of Bodhisattva, which was one level lower, the things contained in it might not be bodhisattvas. In the deafening cheers of the surrounding lions, the six-headed lions could still stand majestically in the beginning, walking with their heads held high, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. But now, they could only lie on the ground with their chests and abdomens on the ground. Their four claws were tense, and their lion tails were clamped to resist the waves of Buddhist power that came from their bodies. This process was still dangerous, because if they did not know their own strength and stubbornly held on, the Buddhist power would exceed the limit that they could bear. They could also be washed into Buddhist monsters, lose their sense of self, and become a real puppet mount. Even the indigo lions were unwilling to accept such an ending. They could accept being ridden by friends, but no living creature was willing to become a puppet. It had nothing to do with faith, but the nature of living creatures. But this risk was also controllable, because the increase of Buddhist power was not explosive, but an increase of one naku after another. As long as they felt that they could not bear it, as a monarch, they had the time to withdraw. After all, this was not a battle. The changes of Buddhist power were gradual, and not unpredictable and incomparably sharp. Right now, the six-headed lions were in such a state. They began to resist the Buddhist power with all their strength, but they could still bear it. Under the bombardment of the Buddhist six-syllable mantra, the demonic power of the three white lions gradually shrank, making it easier to defend. At the same time, the swastika that the three indigo lions were facing was not easy to deal with, especially the exquisite merit realm contained in it. The invasion was silent, and the pure Buddhist profound made the three indigo lions, who had some Buddhist roots, sigh in admiration. They had to admit that this was a true bodhisattva. Otherwise, he would not be able to have such depth in the path of merit. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. If they calculated the output of Buddhist power, the two eminent monks had output tens of thousands of naku. In other words, they were now close to the limit of the foreign monk, Joshing Bodhisattva. No one knew how long he could last, but it would not be long. This was determined by the strength of the realm. Zhenyang Bodhisattva's expression did not change. Victory was right in front of him. What he needed to do was to maintain the same rhythm. He did not increase the speed of output and appear impatient, nor did he pretend to slow down the rhythm and let the enemy play with fire. This was the mentality of a true bodhisattva. He had already seen that the swastika of Joshing Bodhisattva had become slightly dim, and there were traces of flowing light flashing in the dimness. That was the sign of the swastika's instability. This guy still wanted to scare the three indigo lions even now. But he did not know that his trick had already been seen through by them. This guy was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. This was the true portrayal of this guy. The scene in the field could not be hidden from the eyes of the surrounding lions. Humans had the heart to help the weak, and so did lions, especially to two unrelated humans. They were already tired of watching the Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect. Only this new monk was somewhat interesting. He even attacked defy. They did not know if he would fly into a rage and not come again after this setback. If he really did not come again, it would be a pity. No one would take out such a precious treasure again. With such a mentality, the lions that stood on Joshing Bodhisattva's side became the majority. They were very willing to express their attitude. At the very least, it was a kind of spur to Zhenyang Bodhisattva. Look at the monks in the main world. They are so dafa. Can't heaven's choice learn from them? Talk less about the nothingness of Buddhism and more practical treasures. Chapter 11:11. The elegant demeanor that monk Jiaoxing had always maintained could not be maintained anymore. He started to grit his teeth and his veins popped out. In the eyes of the pride, this was a sign of collapse. It was obvious that his Buddhist power was starting to run out. The outcome had been decided. The foreign monk might not know how to chant scriptures, although he pretended to be very good at it. If it was someone else who was gentlemanly and would not be shocked by honor and disgrace, he would stop here and still be able to gain a reputation for not caring about undeserved fame. This was also the last step. However, this foreign monk did not seem to think so. Instead, he persisted, even if he had to use all his strength. However, this was not the territory of humans. This was the territory of the lion race. His competitive attitude won the respect of the pride. Calm and collected, knowing when to stop. Friendship comes first, fighting Buddha comes second. Such an attitude may be normal for human beings, and it is advocated. It is the demeanor of a great cultivator. But the ancient beasts would not talk about this. They only had one attitude towards victory and defeat: fight. Even if they were forced into a corner, even if their heads were full of blood, even if their hands and legs were broken, they would bite off a piece of their opponent's flesh with their teeth. This was the fighter that the beasts respected, and also an important reason why many prides were unwilling to accept Buddhist ideals. Therefore, even if he was clearly at a disadvantage and showed signs of defeat, there were more supporters beside him. Originally, there was only 50% to 60% support, but now, it had soared to 70% to 80%, except for a few loyal prides, such as the flower lions and manticores. This change also made Xin Yang very depressed. He realized that no matter how much he took the initiative, his opponent seemed to be counterattacking from the other side. He was not at a disadvantage at all, greatly reducing his chances of winning. Shouldn't these stupid lions be cheering for the victor and the strong? Why did they all run to the other side? Not only did monk Jiaoxing not admit defeat, he even opened his mouth. Although fighting Buddha did not stipulate that both sides could not use their mouths, silence was golden, and it was also a tacit understanding between both sides. Since they had already attacked, why should they still compete? This guy had already started a competition, and was even openly threatening him. "I'll kill the three of you." So stupid. Don't you know how powerful and sharp the Buddhist power I've channeled into your bodies is? Once this power gathers, I won't be able to save you. Even the gods can't save you. Why haven't you stopped resisting and obediently admitted defeat? Go back to recuperate and adjust your Buddhist energy. You're still persisting here. Do you want to die? Jiaoxing muttered crazily. He wasn't talking to the three-headed lion, but he released his spiritual sense so that everyone here could hear him. There were boos, cheers, and encouragements in the pride, but there was no sound of persuading the indigo lion to admit defeat. Xin Yang was infuriated. Wasn't this the least bit of respect for the rules? You can hide some of your methods when you are passing the Buddha's power to intimidate others. This can barely be considered as a strategy, but now you are blatantly threatening me. This is intolerable. Junior brother, be careful. Victory or defeat was a small matter, but the honor of Buddhism was more important. A win is a win and a loss is a loss. With such a threat, it would make others underestimate the weakness of the Buddhists of the origin world. Our Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect will also lose face. Jiaoxing Seng panted heavily as he cast the 10,000-word seal. It was quite impressive for him to be able to cast the seal while speaking, but his current output was clearly not as good as before. Each seal was less than a Nanku's worth of energy, and the situation was worsening. As long as one had eyes, they would be able to see how unbearable he was. Yet, he was still talking nonsense and trying to bluff his way through. This kind of character was a bit shameless. He was flustered and exasperated. Senior brother, it's not a matter of victory or defeat now. It's also not a matter of Buddhism's honor. The problem now is the life and death of the indigo lion. By doing this, do you not care about the life and death of the three true monarchs? Xin Yang finally couldn't take it anymore. What kind of Buddhist was this? He was simply a hooligan, pestering endlessly here. He knew that he was about to lose, so he wanted to use some tricks to confuse everyone. They weren't stupid, so who would fall for his trick? Just with those 3 treasures, he could deceive the hearts of all the cultivators here. Shut up, don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability to take the lives of the 3 true monarchs, that's your ability. I won't blame you, I only admire you. Jiaoxing's eyes widened. Senior brother, you make it sound so easy. What right do you have to blame other people's lives? We Buddhists don't harm the lives of ants when sweeping the floor, we cherish the moths and cover the lamp with gauze. Even ants are like this, let alone the 3 true monarchs. Zhenyang didn't hold back at all. He was still rapidly releasing Buddhist power, forcing the other party to have no choice but to keep up. Now, this guy's every attack had already dropped to half a nanku, and it was still rapidly weakening. He was about to give up and admit defeat. Thus, he said disdainfully, what I'm saying is that our Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect has worked hard for nearly 10,000 years in Tianyuan to have such a reputation. If you have the ability, then destroy it all. Our Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect won't say a word and won't seek revenge. As for the 3 true monarchs' choice, you can ask them yourself. Jiaoxing weakly turned to the 3 true monarchs. The 3 of you, after seeing you today, I feel that I have an affinity with you. Not only the Azure Lion clan, but also all the lions in Tianyuan. I feel that the ancient lion clan is the symbol of nobility, the representative of fearlessness, and the embodiment of perfection. Losing one of them is like a knife twisting in my heart, let alone 3. My swastika seal is strange. It works sometimes, it doesn't. When it doesn't work, it's very ordinary. When it works, it's fatal. Then, the 3 of you, do you still want to persevere? If you're really in danger, there's no medicine for regret. The 3 true monarchs glanced at each other. They had already made a judgment in their hearts. At this time, this main world's monk was still bluffing. This made them change their attitude, and they looked down on this monk. They naturally understood their own bodies. With Jiaoxing's merit power, although it was very pressuring, it was still far from life and death. Not to mention the Buddhist power in their bodies, even if this monk suddenly attacked, he might not be able to do anything to them. Therefore, Azure Dipper didn't hesitate. Cultivators are responsible for their own lives. We can't blame you for our choice. Just use whatever means you have. If something really happens to us, we can't guarantee anything else, but the rest of the Azure Lion clan won't find trouble with you. Bodhisattva Jiaoxing frowned and looked at the large group of spectator lions outside. Everyone, can you bear to let such a tragedy happen? The lions said in unison. They were jeering and also showing their sincerity. Of course, of course. Jiaoxing looked up at the sky and sighed, heavens. I'm merciful and sigh to the heavens, but I can't do anything. Please don't let my 10,000 seals technique come true. Just let it go. I, Jiaoxing, have cultivated all my life and never maliciously hurt others. I'd rather have my reputation ruined than see the 3 true monarchs die. Please open your eyes. Everyone felt like they were watching a monkey show. In the midst of the excitement, they suddenly felt as if there was a muffled thunder. Looking forward, the 3 true monarchs were already bleeding from their 7 orifices, and there was no trace of life. However, the 3 Dao disappearing celestial phenomena on Tianyuan were especially conspicuous and strong. Chapter 11-12. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Only a monk was crying and wiping his tears. He was very sad. The 3-headed Azure Lion had really collapsed. The foreign monk was extremely worried and stressed to everyone again and again. The accident that he didn't want to happen had finally happened. The death of 3 lions was a big event. What was strange was that the murderer seemed to be the most innocent, and the spectators and bystanders were the real murderers. I've already reminded you, but you didn't listen. Zhenyan didn't listen. This was the main family of the Azure Lion tribe. How could he threaten them for no reason? The Azure Lions didn't listen. They were the direct victims of the tragedy. How could they talk about the glory of the lion tribe? The spectators didn't listen either. They were the ones who added fuel to the fire. Even now, how many lions were really sad? How many were actually gloating? Only the only one who was really merciful began to chant beside the three-headed azure lion. If there are people in the future who don't have enough food and clothing, who don't have enough to pray, who are sick, who don't have good fortune, 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 who don't have enough food and clothing, who don't have enough. Such people, hearing the name of Ksitagaba and seeing the image of Ksitagaba, are respectful. After chanting it 10,000 times, all the undesirable things will be eliminated gradually, and they will have peace and happiness. Even in their sleep, they will be happy. Ksitagaba Bodhisattva's original vows sutra was peaceful and comforting. Then, Zhenyan Bodhisattva, who was suspicious, joined in. This was the proper rhythm, the necessary procedure after the death of a Buddhist disciple. Of course, the cause of death was hard to say. Was it a normal death or an abnormal death? Unknowingly, Zhenyan Bodhisattva felt that since he came to Qianyuan, everything he did seemed to be under the control of others. He was being led by the nose. He always thought that he had the initiative, but it seemed that he didn't have anything. The process was under his control, but the result was not as he wished. Just like the chanting now. Shouldn't they investigate the cause of death first? This was a principle that even mortals understood. When there was death, there had to be a master to identify the cause. But now, they thought it was a normal death. Was it a coincidence? They didn't need to judge carefully. Why was it like this? Everyone thought it was logical. Zhenyang also understood the world. He knew that all the lions present subconsciously thought that they were part of the murderer. They felt uneasy, so they wanted to end things hastily. Among them, there were even those who got what they wanted and were taking advantage of the situation. However, if one thought about it in a simple way, shouldn't there be only one murderer? The one who chanted the loudest. What a strange world. What a complicated heart. When the two eminent monks chanted, this was the first time in the 10,000 years of contact with Buddhism that the pride of lions became uniform. Those who did not cause trouble were all sincere. Among them, the ones who chanted the loudest were Jiaoxing Bodhisattva and immortal three-headed white lion. Was this strange? In the mortal world, the coffin lid was the final conclusion. It was the same in the cultivation world. They didn't cover the coffin, but in such a group event, everyone had read the scriptures, which meant that this event had reached a conclusion. There was no perpetrator. This was just an accident. Jiaoxing Bodhisattva? He had tried his best to dissuade him countless times. What else could he do? Zhenyan Bodhisattva? He had said that he would let the three immortal green lions choose for themselves. He didn't overstep his authority. The spectators, yes, were spectators after all. They couldn't take it seriously, and the law couldn't punish the majority. If you want to blame someone, blame the heavens for not having eyes. The green lion's misfortune appeared. Heavenly fire scorched fur, they deserved it. Jiaoxing Bodhisattva chanted a passage of the Ksitagaba Sutra with a sorrowful expression. He almost couldn't control himself and sighed to the sky. Woo! I've lost my friend forever. A moment ago, your voice and smile were still in my ears. The next moment, life and death were separated. The tragedy of Qianyuan was nothing more than this. The artifacts are here. How can I endure it? Forget it. Why should I keep these three treasures? You can't be allowed to stay. Why don't I destroy and abandon them, send them to the netherworld, and use them to defend myself against the enemy? Once he finished speaking, before the surrounding lions could react, he had already circulated his energy and activated it. In an instant, the purple gold robe, the moon Buddha crown, and the demon-subduing giant pestle exploded and disappeared under his reverse circulation mysterious technique. As expected of a good treasure. The astronomical phenomenon caused by the disintegration of the artifacts was actually not inferior to the movement caused by the disintegration of a Yuanying-level cultivator's Dao. The lions' hearts bled as they watched. While secretly lamenting that it was a pity, they respected this foreign monk even more. He was a true bodhisattva. His true temperament. He was the lion race's eternal friend. When the chanting was at its most emotional, the lions roared in unison, shaking the remains of the three-headed green lion into nothingness in the void. This was a method unique to the lion race. It was a kind of sky burial. Born here, died here, no one came to stop him. Zhenyang wanted to stop him because he wanted to thoroughly investigate the internal injuries of the three-headed green lion. However, he didn't dare to do so because such an action would definitely cause public anger. For ancient beasts, this was their last dignity. Even their enemies had to respect it. Bodhisattva Jiao naturally followed the wishes of the host. It was best to destroy the corpses and leave nothing behind. This was a very good habit. He had to respect it. After causing the deaths of the three green lion lords, Bodhisattva Jiao blamed himself and didn't have the interest to continue staying. After reluctantly bidding farewell to the lions, he embarked on the return journey alone. He had left, but the changes in Tianyuan had just begun. The Buddhist sects of the Heaven's Choice mainland had spent nearly 10,000 years to rope in the Green Lion clan. Now that the three true monarchs had left, the remaining Yuanian green lions wouldn't be able to keep their territories. It would be very difficult for them to even keep their lives in the cruel competition that was to come. There were many changes. White Lion ascended to the position, the control of the Buddhist sects in Tianyuan fell. Nearly 10,000 years of hard work was lost in a single day, and they fell into the most ancient bestial struggle among the lions. Zhenyang Bodhisattva couldn't care about these things. Maintaining the situation in Tianyuan, reporting to the Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect, and so on, these couldn't compare to a kind of impulse, an impulse to find out what was going on. After all, he was a human cultivator. When all these things were combined together, even if there was no evidence, suspicion still surged in his heart. Wasn't all of this too coincidental? It was so coincidental that it was unbelievable. Junior brother, take care. I also have to report back to the Heaven's Choice Buddhist sect. The universe is dangerous. Perhaps we can travel together for a while. Lu Xiaoyi turned around and looked at Zhenyang Bodhisattva, who had caught up with him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He knew all too well why this guy had caught up with him. If he still couldn't react by now, this Bodhisattva would have cultivated in vain. However, it was hard to say to what extent he could react. This revenge could be said to be flawless. It was the result of using his wisdom and strategy to the extreme. He really didn't believe that this Zhenyang Bodhisattva could see through him. More likely, he suspected that this Bodhisattva came to the autonomous world with the purpose of causing trouble. It was hard to imagine that this was actually just a seemingly rash action taken by a swordsman for personal revenge. Normal people wouldn't do this. Zhenyang Bodhisattva didn't understand swordsmen, let alone the Buddhist sects of the origin world. Therefore, he could still deceive him. Chapter 11-13. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy new year and asking for monthly votes. During the spring festival, I will have a small outburst, starting from midnight. Seeing that old Zhuo is working overtime, I will reward you with some vote. I guess senior brother is here because of the death of the three green lions? Lu Xiaoyi went straight to the heart of the matter. There were many reasons why he didn't want to deal with Zhenyang yet. Before entering Tianyuan, he had wandered around Tianyuan for a period of time. His goal was to kill the monks from Tianyuan and then pretend to be their replacement. But the process was not satisfactory. He didn't know if monk Tianziyi came late or early, or if he went in another direction, or if he didn't come at all. Since he couldn't stop him, he could only carry out the backup plan, which was to pretend to be an outsider from the autonomous world. But he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. There was a reason why he pretended to be a monk from the main world. He had the realm of merit and didn't know anything about Buddhism, so he pretended to be Yi Hang's route, which was watertight. Now that the matter had been settled, there was no need to kill anymore. If he killed Zhenyang again, the Buddhists of Heaven's Choice would definitely send people to investigate. How could he kill all the lions of Tianyuan? So he might as well keep this monk alive, as long as he could deceive him. Zhenyang Bodhisattva was very serious. Junior brother, you and I are both from the same Buddhist sect. Tell me the truth, did you do it on purpose? There are no lions here, so some things can be said openly. The internal debate of Buddhism is one thing, and the external debate is another. If I don't figure out the reason, I won't be able to report back. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Senior brother, have you heard of formless arms? Xinjiang Bodhisattva was shocked. Formless arms? Of course I have. This is the supreme method of using the great path of merit and virtue. Junior brother used formless arms on the three-headed green lion. I heard that this secret technique can only be comprehended by half-immortals. Even Buddhas can't do it. How did junior brother cultivate it? Could it be innate wisdom? Lu Xiaoyi's mouth was full of nonsense. It's not convenient for me to tell you the specifics, senior martial brother. There's a trick to it, but my charity isn't formless. I can only do half of it now. You know, when a small horse pulls a big cart, it's hard to control it accurately. Senior martial brother's cultivation is profound, and I'm far from it. In the end, I was anxious and used this half-formed charity that I'm not familiar with. Senior brother knows that there is a huge difference between formless and half-form. When I attacked with half-form, it was actually to intimidate them. I didn't want to do anything to them. Even if there was a difference in cultivation level, he couldn't do anything to them. But in the end, who would have thought that half-form would turn into no form? Senior brother actually knows best that such a transformation is especially precious to us Buddhist cultivators. We can't give up on transformation because of this, so, it's all my fault. I was at fault for competing with senior brother first, then comprehending the transformation for myself. I didn't take the 3 true monarch azure lions seriously. Please punish me, senior brother. Xinjiang was suddenly enlightened. Is this why you said it's sometimes effective? I thought it was a lie, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Under this transformation, it's really hard to give up. Lu Xiaoyi shook his head and sighed. What he said was both true and false. In Xinjiang's eyes, it was hard to find a flaw because he was too familiar with the path of merit. Even most monks and bodhisattvas couldn't do it, so he didn't even think about Taoist. He originally wanted to use formless charity to solve the problem, but he overestimated himself. Even Yi Hang, who he secretly learned from, couldn't do it, not to mention him, who had a complicated mentality of seeking repayment and revenge. How could he achieve formless? It was more like death phase. So in the end, the solution to the problem was still his old profession, flying sword. When he poured in the Buddhist power, half-form was invaded by the sword qi that was as thin as needles. However, under the cover of half-form, no one could see it clearly. They only felt the sharpness, but they didn't expect that it was the sword qi that everyone in the cultivation world would turn pale when they heard it. This was also the reason why he immediately recited the sutra to release the soul from purgatory. He wanted to make the final conclusion and then bury the body, not giving Xinjiang Bodhisattva a chance to take it seriously. If he really touched the corpse, it would be obvious whether it was the power of Buddhism or the flying sword of Taoism. It was as clear as day as the lice on the bald head. Although he had achieved his revenge, it was not perfect. Unlike now, he had to let the lions remember his kindness after killing the lion. Xiaoxing Chongshan Temple Jiaoxing, I'll remember you. I'll report this matter truthfully to Heaven's Choice Buddhism. As for whether there will be any negotiations between the sects in the future, please take care of yourself, junior brother. Lu Xiaoyi bowed again. If senior brother returns empty-handed and even bears the responsibility, Jiaoxing will feel uneasy. As for the mistake in Tianyuan this time, senior brother can just push it to me. It's a self-inflicted wound. I won't say anything. Xinjiang glanced at him. I'll only tell the truth, but I won't exaggerate. But what happens in the future is not something that can be controlled by people like you and me. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. We didn't become friends, but got into trouble. I've sinned. Xinjiang Bodhisattva then left. In fact, he knew very well that it was impossible to fall out with the Buddhists of the main world because of 3 harmless lions. He did report it, but the biggest possibility was that it was just one of the countless inexplicable things of the Buddhist. Heaven's Choice Buddhism had roped in countless strange beast clans in the negative space, and the lion clan was not the only one. Besides, weren't the lions still there? They just had to continue working hard. How could they not forget such a small matter? Those who did big things did not bother about trifles. This was a necessary quality. Lu Xiaoyi was in a good mood. This revenge trip could be said to be hearty. At first, he wanted to investigate, But later it became fishing in troubled waters. In the end, with the cooperation of all sides, he was unscathed, which was completely out of his expectations. The possibility of successful revenge was not high if he used force. Not to mention that the Azure Lion had 3 supremes, it was impossible for the other lions to let an outsider do whatever he wanted in Tianyuan. How could he, a Yuanian cultivator, kill a group of dozens of supremes? Even a novel would not dare to write like this. As for why he had to say that he was from Xiaoxing's heavy mountain temple, he had his own considerations. First, he was familiar with Yi Hang's way of fighting, so he could learn almost all of it. Second, with Yi Hang's foundation in Heavy Mountain Temple, if the Buddhists in the negative space really asked, Yi Hang would definitely be able to guess that it was him. The key was that he did not dare to say it directly, which was very interesting. Third, he needed to leave such a reason to connect the positive and negative space Buddhists. His purpose was nothing more than to find out the basic movements of the Buddhists after the collapse of the Great Tao. He could not break in, so he could only use such a roundabout way to leave an opportunity to meet, so that it would not be too abrupt. This was actually the way of Taoism. They did not do anything, but they had to leave a way out. It was not to appease the enemy, but to leave a lead, a clue, so that they could better grasp the opponent's movement. After settling everything, who should he look for next? Chapter 11:14. In a nearby sky in the negative space, a few true monarchs and a human daoist were gathered together. They seemed to have some disagreement. True monarch Huang Qi, my clan has always been grateful for the help your sect has given us in the inheritance of our clan. However, since we have an agreement, you shouldn't force us, right? One of the true monarchs frowned and said. The daoist smiled and said, I'm not forcing you, I'm just following the agreement. With the inheritance technique of my orthodoxy, it's impossible for such a situation to happen. Therefore, it's you who broke the agreement and not me who forced you. You have to be clear about this. True monarch Shaliu listened from the side and sighed. The siren race was having a hard time. There were various reasons. It wasn't just the change of the Great Tao that everyone had to be careful about. To them, more importantly, it was the change that came from the siren race itself. Among the races in the universe, the sirens were a small race. There were many races similar to them in the universe. For example, their neighbors, the lions in the heavenly plains. In the big branch of the ancient beasts, there was a very basic rule. The stronger the ability, the weaker the reproduction ability. In fact, this rule didn't discriminate between races. It was the case for the ancient sacred beasts and humans. The core of this rule was that the heavenly Tao didn't allow a race to suppress the universe in terms of strength and numbers. This was the foundation that maintained the universe's cultivation world. The sirens were one of the beasts that lived under the heavenly Tao. Of course, they had to follow this rule. This was the reason why the sirens race had always maintained the number of 3 to 400. It didn't increase or decrease. After 1,000,000 years, they continued to live like this. However, after 1,000,000 years of changes, their method of inheritance and reproduction started to have problems. The problem was that their bloodline had started to have the tendency to change in the direction of humans. No one could tell if this was a good or bad thing. However, in general, there were more negative changes. As ancient beasts, their individual abilities were incomparable to that of ordinary humans. The only good thing was that their appearance and body were closer to humans. In other words, it was easier for them to attract humans. However, if they really turned into humans, there would be no more sirens in this world. This was something that no one wanted to see. Of course, this evolution would take at least hundreds of thousands of years. At the moment, it didn't seem to be too worrying. The most direct impact on them was that, because of their proximity to humans, they had unknowingly been infected with a bad habit of humans, closeness equals reproduction. This was not something they were willing to do, because their race was only so big. There were only a few hundred of them, so how could they completely avoid it? The descendants of the sirens were not like what humans imagined. They were the seeds of other kinds of life. What really played a role was the genes of the sirens themselves. In fact, there was communication among the sirens. Since they could transform into beautiful women, they could also transform into strong men. These things did not need to be discussed in detail, as they were the secrets of each species. However, the problem for the sirens was that they wanted to obtain the seed of the great path of the humans, but they also wanted to avoid the influence of the humans' powerful genes. This was a little difficult to deal with. It was difficult for the sirens to change their predicament with their own strength, which was the limitation of the primeval beasts. But it did not matter. In the world of cultivators in the universe, there were human beings who were omnipotent and meddling everywhere. A mysterious human orthodoxy had extended a helping hand to them. It was said that this orthodoxy was very good at alchemy, and they had a way to resolve the weakening tendency of the sirens due to close contact. They had been helping them for hundreds of years, and the sirens were pleasantly surprised to find that this human orthodoxy was really capable, and the effect was obvious. However, in the world of cultivators, there was no such thing as help for no reason. Everything had to be paid for, and the only difference was the method used. We have already explained to you. Although this person stayed here for more than a month and came into contact with no less than 10 sirens, unfortunately, he did not leave any seeds behind. In other words, they were all dead seeds without any vitality. If you want us to hand over the pregnancy blood, please forgive us for being powerless, because it does not exist. Daoist Huang Qi insisted on his opinion. I am a scholar. I don't believe in chance, but I believe in alchemy. Our alchemy can increase the fertility rate of the nobles to 50%. If 2 sirens were to accept the seed, the probability would reach 70 to 80%. Just like what you said, if there were 10 sirens who were to be implanted, the probability would be fixed. It's just a matter of how many embryos there are, not whether they exist or not. This is also our agreement. We have the right to harvest the blood of any successful siren, and it will not affect the rebirth. I just want to know, what are you worried about? Do you think too highly of this human and want to protect him in order to win his friendship? This was the agreement between this mysterious human orthodoxy and the sirens. They had the right to take away a few drops of the human cultivator's blood. What was their purpose in doing so? Even the sirens, who had never cared about the disputes in the cultivation world, could guess that it was not something good. However, they had received help from the other party, so they could not go back on their words. This was the foundation of the survival of all living beings in the universe. What made them feel strange was why this Daoist was so interested in the swordsman's seed. Was it because he had a powerful background? Was it because he had a strong background? Or was it because of some other reason? The sirens still valued this swordsman, but they did not value him so much that they would offend the mysterious alchemy faction that helped them. The reason why they refused was because from their experience, that bastard had played for nothing for a month and did not leave anything behind. However, Huang Qi did not believe in experience. He only believed in data. This was the source of the disagreement between the two parties. One of the sirens suggested, "We need to discuss this." I wonder if fellow Daoist Huang Qi smiled, "Of course. The internal affairs of the sirens should be decided by you all. Outsiders should not interfere. I'll go outside and take a look. Once I've made a decision, I'll inform you." True monarch Huang Qi floated away, leaving the 5 sirens looking at each other in dismay. One of the sirens grumbled, "This Daoist Huang Qi, I think he must have damaged his brain from studying too much. He's not a woman, so how much does he know about women? Is it strange that he couldn't plant it? That swordsman is also a good-for-nothing. I've only heard of humans who did not give money for nothing, but I've never heard of one who did not even give the seed. They're all good-for-nothings, and now they're making us suffer." Another true monarch was very careful. Daoist Huang Qi did not take the blood essence of every human here. I wonder why he took a fancy to this swordsman this time. Is there some unspeakable secret? The oldest true monarch siren sneered. What secret? He said that he wanted to use it to research how to help our sirens procreate better, but it's just a pretense. From what I see, he's probably using the blood essence to control the seed itself. Humans. Actually, they are the most evil race. There's nothing they don't dare to do. Now that the great Tao is collapsing, all kinds of monsters are coming out. We're caught in the middle, so we have to be careful. Chapter 11:15. P.S. Wishing everyone a Happy New Year, and asking for monthly vote. While the few perfected monarchs were discussing, the last perfected monarch Ren rushed in from outside. Latest news: the 3 perfected monarchs of the Azure Lion clan were killed. This news immediately attracted the attention of all the perfected monarchs, because a few months ago, when a swordsman left this place, he purposely inquired about the habitat of the Azure Lion clan and all kinds of information about the heavenly plane. Seeing that everyone was looking over, the youngest perfected monarch Pomegranate smiled bitterly. That swordsman is very cautious. He didn't reveal anything. He only used the information about the Azure Lion clan in exchange for the seed. That's why I think that Daoist Huangqi knows more about his background than we do. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept an eye on that swordsman's seed. The older perfected monarch asked, how did he kill it? Was it a huge battle? Or was it done silently? Was it done alone? Or did he gather an army? Perfected monarch Ren, who was the last to enter, said simply, it was done alone. It was also done silently. Anyway, there wasn't a huge battle. Our spies only saw him go in alone and come out alone. The heavenly plains was very peaceful, and there were no abnormalities. Except for the death of the 3-headed Azure Lion, it was as if the Azure Lion clan didn't care about it at all. As for the specific information and how he killed it, we still need to continue investigating. We can't rush it. The perfected monarchs fell silent. They could also sense that the swordsman was very strong. Actually, they could tell from the way he killed the Azure Lion clan. Such a person's background was also not small. Then, what could they do to not offend the swordsman and Daoist Huangqi? This was the tragedy of a small clan. Perfected monarch Pomegranate cautiously said, I think that we should just tell the truth. That swordsman is very stingy, and he didn't leak a single seed of vitality. I remember that he came into contact with 43 clansmen in a month, and those who were prepared to wait wholeheartedly for his seed didn't plant a single seed. That's why we can be sure that this person is just a fool. But Daoist Huangqi doesn't know that. That's what I'm thinking. Aren't there 9 others who have come into contact with other humans or void beasts other than this swordsman? Let's just say that we don't know whose seed it is. Out of the 9 clansmen, 5 of them are already pregnant, right? According to Daoist Huangqi's theory, there must be a swordsman's seed in there. Let him take it himself. It doesn't count as deceiving him and breaking the agreement, right? The few perfected monarchs nodded in agreement. Shaliu was right. Even though the sirens were very confident in their experience and knew what kind of person this swordsman was and that he was a cheapskate, since Daoist Huangqi insisted, it wouldn't be considered a breach of the agreement if they pushed the 5 of them out. After all, they relied on their experience while he relied on his knowledge. As for what Daoist Huangqi's blood embryo would do in the future, and whether it would belong to the swordsman or not, it had nothing to do with them. Seeing that everyone agreed, Supreme Pomegranate said softly, if we meet this swordsman in the future, should we give him a warning? This person is very strong. I'm afraid that after he knows the truth, he will target us. The older perfected monarch shook his head and waved his hand. There's no need. You're just giving yourself away. If you really say something bad, it'll be as if our sirens are part of the conspiracy against him. Don't worry. Trust in our experience. That swordsman definitely didn't leave the life seed behind. He's just a freeloader with a black maggot in his heart. If someone like him goes up against Daoist Huangqi, it's hard to say who will be at a disadvantage. There's no need to worry about him, it's not a problem. It'll be better if we perish together. Of course, Lu Xiaoyi didn't know that a clan was scolding him for being a freeloader with a black maggot in his heart. He was now wandering freely in the void. He was in a good mood and his whole body was relaxed. He finally had an explanation for Martial Uncle Mi's death. The swordsman's revenge was no joke. Meeting Martial Uncle Mi this time once again proved the difficulty of the return journey. It wasn't as easy as he had imagined with the guidance of the road signs, but it also gave him some confidence. At the very least, he was now more familiar with the dozen or so universes starting from Juzian. Through Martial Uncle Mi's anti-space ferry, He was also familiar with the dozen or so universes around the fifth ring. The key was the large section in the middle. Take it slow, the day will come. Actually, he had long since lost the urge to return home that he had when he first came to Juzian. As the saying goes, returning home in glory. Back then, Jin Dan had wanted to fly back to Yuanying and show off. But now, it seemed that Yuanying didn't have anything to show off. In the big stage of the universe cultivation world, if you weren't a true monarch, you wouldn't be able to call yourself a big shot. Uncle Master Mi's experience had taught him a serious lesson. Reality proved that the swordsman was also a human, not a deity. Even when facing Zerg and the beast race, they still had to pay a price. No one was invulnerable and immortal. Slogans could be shouted, but the specific actions would depend on the situation at the time. Just because he was a swordsman, he couldn't really think that no one in the cultivation world could stop him. This was a huge hole in his perception, and he had to put an end to it. The news he heard about the fifth ring sword vein driving away the insects was either spread by unrelated people, or the sword vein's soul bodies were not true. They didn't mention the price the sword vein had to pay to drive away the insects. Now, he finally knew. The battle back then did not count as injuries. In fact, there were 3 sword range perfected monarchs who had died. Perfected monarch Shenyuan Cheng, perfected monarch Mi of Weijian Mountain, and perfected monarch and of Firmament Sword Sect. Of course, the loss of insects was even more disproportionate. There were 5 young god insect monarchs and hundreds of other perfected monarchs. True monarch Mi felt that it was a pity. In a moment of impulse, he trapped himself and his friends in the negative space. Because of guilt, he didn't care about his life and his rationality and chased after them. He didn't have the ability to kill them alone, nor did he have the ability to effectively spread the news. After hundreds of years of exhaustion, he exhausted his life's potential. When he met the lions, his strength was less than half of his peak. This was a principle taught to Lu Xiaoyi. No one was perfect. Not every hatred had to be avenged, and not every kindness could be repaid. There would always be unhappiness. This was a part of life, and also a part of cultivation. Some people always said that if you don't hate, you can't have a clear state of mind. This was nonsense. Even the heavenly Tao had to walk a tightrope in balance. Even immortals had to face the collapse of the great Tao. You, a small human cultivator, shouted every day that you wanted to have a clear state of mind and not be wronged. Isn't this reaping what you sow? You have to learn to forget. At the very least, you have to forget when you can't do it for the time being, instead of brooding over it all the time. In the end, cultivation was about who could go further and who could go longer, and not who could be the most happy. No matter how you put it, it made sense. Chapter 11:16. A few years later, Lu Xiaoyi completed his exploration of the coordinates in all directions. After celebrating his 900th birthday in the negative space, he returned to Juzian. After exploring the negative space for more than 50 years, he had a more direct understanding of the location of the negative space in Juzian. His biggest feeling was that entering the negative space from Juzian was closer to the Heaven's Choice continent, but it was abnormally far from the 5 rings of sky. He had no idea what this meant for the time being. After going around the shaking Shadow Realm and the unfettered Wandering Realm, he was invited to the Qingwei Immortal Sect by Slug's message talisman. On a cliff in the Qingwei Mountain, he unexpectedly found that he was not the only guest. Other than his master, Slug, there were also mourning dress Qing Xian and Rabbit Split Lip. This was because the original group of 4 Jindan realm cultivators had been reunited, but now it was 4 Yuanying realm cultivators. Even though the heavenly Tao had opened a gap in the era of the collapse of the great Tao, it was not easy to advance to the Yuanying realm. In the eyes of mid-level and low-level cultivators, they were considered little ancestors who could roam the void. Therefore, when someone called them by their original nickname, Slug was very dissatisfied. One Ear, how old are you? More than 900 years old, right? In any case, we're all Yuanying. Can't we respect each other a little? I also have a main account. Lu Xiaoyi was still the same. I don't know your main account. I only know that Slug invited me, so I came. If it's your main account, I won't even bat an eye. Do you believe me? Slug glared. One ear. This is Qingwei Mountain, not Yarrow Ying. Why did he speak like the king of a mountain? Couldn't he be a little more refined? Poor Daoist. Below. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I'm not poor. I don't want to be below. Why don't you go and ask the two of them? Is it because of your main account? Or is it because of your nickname? Qing Xian coughed lightly. Slug. Rabbit split lip chimed in. Slug, I think your big name doesn't sound good. Slug sounds more familiar, and it's more recognizable. All of Slug's efforts went down the drain. Fine, fine, fine. I can't out-talk you. Since that's the case, let's stop pretending. Let's just treat this reunion as a gathering of mountain kings and discuss how to go out and kill. The four of them sat down, and the wine and meat were served. This was the old custom. Lu Xiaoyi's slug was still as gluttonous as before, while Morning Clothes' hairlip was still as cultured as ever. Very good, no one had changed. They wouldn't change that easily. This was also an affirmation of his own past. Of course, this was between them. If it was in front of the disciples below, of course, it would be a different attitude. After a few pots of wine, as the host, Slug reverted to his old ways. Where was the steadiness of Yuanying? He stood up. We haven't seen each other for 300 years. Today is a great day. In order to test our friendship, to prove our past, and also for the sake of the drinking game, I propose that we ask each person a question. No matter what the question is, the person being asked must answer truthfully. No evasive answers are allowed. Qing Xian laughed and scolded. What kind of drinking game is this? No matter what the question is. Then, since there's only one question, who will be the one to ask? Slug was very bold. Since it's my suggestion, then I'll be the first person to be asked. The three of you can discuss the question that you think is the most difficult for me. No restrictions, no boundaries, and no taboos. The people in the future will have to do the same. Rabbit split lip laughed. Oh, this is a new method. Any question is fine. If we ask you about Qingwei Mountain's top secret, will you answer truthfully? Slug patted his chest. Of course, we're all friends. If we don't know, then we must say it. Otherwise, we won't be able to eat and drink to our heart's content. In the future, there will be a gap between us in the void of the universe. It's very inappropriate. Rabbit split lip glared. He had known Slug for the longest time. There must be a reason for such a drinking game. He was afraid that what he wanted to ask everyone was whether they could still trust each other like before. The changes in the realm could bring about many changes, but these changes would not stay on the surface. They would be hidden deep in the heart. The general trend of the universe, the middle trend of Juzian, the small trend of the sect, plus the individual's encounters in the past 200 to 300 years, who could say for sure that they would still be the same as before? This was not something that could be done just by thinking about it. A lot of things were involuntary, a lot of things were forced by the general trend, and a lot of things went with the flow. Since everyone agreed, Slug jumped onto an ancient pine on the precipice and acted like an expert with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered, giving the three people time to discuss. The remaining three people gathered around the table. Qing Xian smiled and said, "We have to find a topic that's difficult for him. Otherwise, won't the three of us have to make things difficult for him?" Rabbit split lip. "You're the most familiar with him. You know what he doesn't want to talk about the most. We have to hit where it hurts and let him suffer the consequences of his own actions." Lu Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. He understood Qing Xian's thoughts. If this guy somehow heard about his and Qing Xian's background and asked about it, would the two of them answer or not? Rabbit split lip also agreed. Morn Clothes is right. Every cultivator should have their own secrets. This doesn't mean that we're not friends. These are two different things. Only this idiot would come up with such a disgusting idea. Let me think about it. Where is this guy's weakness? After thinking for a while, he said, it can't be the secret of his Qingwei immortal sect. The old guys in Qingwei are very tight-lipped. Moreover, Slug has always been a big mouth. He can't help but spill out whatever he knows about the sect. In short, I think that questions about cultivation won't make things difficult for him. Cultivation methods, secret techniques, Tao, he doesn't care about them. What he cares about are his private matters. I heard that when he was building his foundation, someone came to Qingwei Immortal Sect to sue him for raping his Tao partner. I wonder if it's true. The three of them discussed and realized that it was really difficult for a simple-minded person like Slug to make things difficult for him. In the end, they had no choice but to listen to Rabbit's split-lip suggestion. When Slug heard their questions, he stared fixedly at Rabbit Lip because he knew that the other two couldn't possibly know about this trivial matter when he was building his foundation. The only one who could expose him was Rabbit Lip, who he had known the longest. What a beast in human face! He felt that there was nothing that he couldn't say. This was also related to the Tao that he was cultivating now. However, he didn't expect his old friend to be so vicious. That's right. I did make a big mistake when I was building my foundation. Because it was good wine, I stole Master's celestial wine and got drunk. I then raped the girl that I've always liked. That girl wasn't my Tao partner. She was just an ordinary mortal girl. Qingwei Immortal Sect has very strict rules about this. This was especially true when cultivators bullied mortals with their strength. Originally, I should have been expelled from the sect directly. However, in order to save me, my master gave me a brilliant idea. He said that if I cut off my Tao partner and went to the punishment hall to receive my punishment, I could avoid being expelled. I did that because I was quick-witted, I wasn't expelled. However, because I didn't have the ability to regenerate my Tao partner when I was building my Tao partner, it couldn't grow back. Later, my master gave me another brilliant idea. He said that if you practiced hum and ha, you could use hum and ha to stimulate the growth of your Tao partner every day. I practiced it, and later, I won the title of Slug by snorting. Chapter 11:17. Lu Xiaoyi gave him a thumbs up. Your master is really talented. I guess he purposely let you steal the celestial wine. Qing Xian added insult to injury. Maybe his master was the one who tipped him off. For the sake of his disciple, your master went all out. Rabbit Lip added, his master is a Kuan cultivator. Qing Xian immediately corrected herself. If that's the case, I take back what I said earlier. It should be that your master went all out for the sake of eating the cradle. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Say, this person, if he's drunk, so be it. He can't even differentiate his target. He's really stupid. I was wondering why your snorting was so gentle and soft. I thought it was because you've reached a certain level, but I didn't expect it to be used like this. It's too disgusting. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Everyone, disperse. There's no way to be friends with someone like him. The three of them pretended to leave, making Snotty so angry that he screamed. The second person to stand on top of Old Song was Hairlip. Of course, among the three people who dug up Old Song's private matters, Slug naturally became the main force. As revenge, he mercilessly tore open Hairlip's long-sealed spiritual scar. The two of them stared at each other like fighting cocks, and the only thing left was to fight with their hands. What was the most painful thing? The hurt of the most trusted person. One had to say that Snotty was reaping what he sowed. His method of closing the distance between them after 200 to 300 years was a little presumptuous. Next was Qing Xian. Before Lu Xiaoyi could say anything, Rabbit Lip smiled mysteriously. I think I know a little about Morning Robe's secret, but it's not very comprehensive. I'll ask the question this time. Lu Xiaoyi had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Rabbit Lip went straight to the core of Qing Xian's secret once he opened his mouth. Morning Robe, we want to know your origin. Not the sect you're in now, but the place you were born in. This question is simple, right? Everyone is taking good care of you. Qing Xian turned around and looked at the three of them. She sighed. How should she answer? This was a problem. Fortunately, they were only asking about her origin, not her motive. I'm from a distant orthodoxy called the Three Pristines. His strength was no less than that of the 9 upper sects of Juzian. With our cultivation, we probably won't be able to reach Juzian even if we fly for a lifetime. Moreover, we don't even know the way. How did he get here? And that was when he acted recklessly when he was a Jindan stage cultivator. I mistakenly entered a spatial rift and traveled through it for 10 years. But it's not bad. With you, Juzian, guiding me with destiny, I'm afraid I would have to bump into a wall in the spatial rift for the rest of my life. Qing Xian's answer was watertight, and it was the truth. The only thing he concealed or didn't explicitly state was his purpose for coming here. It was a very cunning answer. If it were Lu Xiaoyi, he would probably have no choice but to give such an answer. Slug laughed. Haha, so there was a spy among the four of us. The three pure ones. This sect's orthodoxy is very impressive. I've often seen it in the sect's ancient records. They had a dominant position in the upper echelons of the cultivation world. I didn't expect such a big bug to be hiding among us. He was joking. In fact, Rabbit Lip, who raised the question, was also joking. In the process of cultivation, the higher the level of a cultivator, the more they could understand the intricacies of the cultivation world. They would also be more tolerant and would not be like when they were building their foundation. They also understood that under the overall structure of Taoism, the integration and infiltration of each other were inevitable. Perhaps there were indeed some with ulterior motives, but most of them were forced by the situation and had no choice but to do so. There were many reasons. For example, if Rabbit Lip had heard of such things, why did the upper echelons of the sect remain indifferent? This was a private joke between friends. For cultivators, the premise of such a joke was to say it here and stop there. If anyone leaked it out, they would not be able to stay in this circle anymore. For cultivators, this kind of tacit understanding was often more important than the sect's rules. They could no longer return to the state when they were young and ran to report to their elders as soon as they received any news. This was the maturity of cultivators. A friend from a distant place with an unfamiliar and powerful orthodoxy. Who knew if they would rely on this point in the future cultivation process? When something happened, mention that I have a friend in the three pure ones. This was more useful than anything else. Integration was the trend. After the few of them joked around, Lu Xiaoyi could only helplessly fly towards Old Pine when he saw that everyone was looking at him. He muttered, "I'll say this first. If it's inconvenient for me to answer, I'll run away. Do you think I'm as stupid as a slug?" He was a little worried that they would ask him the same question as Qing Xian. It was pardonable if one person came from a distant and powerful orthodoxy, but if both of them came from a distant place, it was inevitable that people would be suspicious. Why did he deliberately pretend not to know before? Shenyuan was also the first to push down the sword vein of the innate Tao. It would make people's imagination roam. In comparison, the three pure ones were easier to accept. Shenyuan was different. If Lu Xiaoyi admitted that he was from Shenyuan, then there was no need to ask. Among all his identities, Shaoying and free wandering had no sense of existence at all. He could only be Xuanyuan's root. This was a fact that he could not hide. The 13th ancestor Crow had already set a benchmark for Shenyuan in the cultivation world of the universe. Once it was branded, it could never be washed away, not even by scraping off the skin. It was something that was branded in the bones. The three of them muttered. In the end, the slug stood out and looked slightly serious. Considering this guy's shameless and black-hearted character, there was probably nothing that he did not dare to say. Therefore, they needed to start from other aspects. One ear. You have to tell the truth. Since you formed your nascent soul, how many Buddhist disciples have you killed? How many Taoist disciples have you killed? How many women have you befriended? Lu Xiaoyi immediately protested. This is not fair. Why is there only one question for you? When it comes to me, I have to answer 3 questions. Slug, your master is unfair. I'm going to leave the table in protest. The 3 of them surrounded him. The threat was obvious. Lu Xiaoyi saw that he could not escape and had no choice but to count with his fingers. Monks, I've killed before. Let me think. 1, 2, 6, 7, no, I think there's still. He was not pretending, but it was really hard to calculate. Just in the ruins of En's cave, he had killed a lot, and there was also the negative space. There are Taoists too. Do bugs count? Do ancient beasts count? Slug was speechless. Of course. We have to know how many enemies you have in the outside world. It's better to plan ahead. If there are too many, you should take the initiative and leave the group. Otherwise, everyone will be unlucky with you. Lu Xiaoyi finished counting with his fingers. All right, according to my initial estimation, the monk has killed 31 people. The Taoists killed 39. The bugs are above 20. Did you not count carefully? There are 3 ancient beasts. Are they demon lions? There are dozens of void beasts. I was too lazy to count back then. There aren't that many, right? Chapter 11:18. The 3 of them were speechless. It had only been 200 years since he became a nascent soul, but he had already killed 100 or 200 Yuanian cultivators. This number was too terrifying. It meant that he had killed 1 a year. Many ordinary Yuanian cultivators would kill in single digits in 100 years during their cultivation, and this was only for those who liked to go out and have fun. Some of them stayed in the sect to do research and cultivation, and after they became nascent souls, they would not be killed unless they stepped on an ant. With Lu Xiaoyi's killing rhythm, if 10 out of 100 cultivators were like him, the cultivation world in the universe would be wiped out in less than 1,000 years. This isn't good, right? Aren't you afraid that you will be entangled in karma and can't get rid of it? Rabbit Lip shook his head. Lu Xiaoyi shrugged helplessly. You can't blame me for everything, right? Basically, it was others who provoked me. I was very honest and didn't even talk back when I was scolded. I even wanted to cover my head when I walked. What else do you want me to do? It's the cultivation world that is in chaos, not me. Slug did not hold back. The cultivation world is in chaos. You really know how to find excuses. I think the chaos caused by the collapse of the Great Tao can't even compare to the chaos caused by a group of swordsmen. You killed as many monks as Taoists. You really aren't picky. Qing Xian added, of course he isn't picky. As long as they are alive, he dares to kill them. Lu Xiaoyi remained silent under the attacks of the crowd. He had made up his mind to fight back silently. They spoke as if they were pure, but in reality, they had killed as many as he did. Now they were pretending to be saints. However, his silence did not fool them. Slug's mind was very clear. One ear. What about the other question? How many women have you harmed in the past few hundred years? Why don't you tell us the truth? Lu Xiaoyi said weakly, does spending money count? Slug shouted, it doesn't count. Just talk about cultivators. Lu Xiaoyi was embarrassed. 50, 60. Who would keep track of that? We are all adults. The 3 of them looked over. This was even more bizarre than killing 100 people. They really couldn't figure out how this guy who spent all his time in the void of the universe did it. Lu Xiaoyi explained, yes, I met a friendly and hospitable siren tribe. We had an in-depth discussion about the situation in the universe. The effect was obvious, the atmosphere was friendly, and the relationship was harmonious. After the drinking game was over, they slowly entered the main topic. Their small circle had their own sources of information, the Qing Wei Immortal Sect, the Primeval Cave, the Yellow in the Great Mystery, and Lu Xiaoyi, who had rich personal experiences, outlined the general changes in the cultivation world of the universe in the past few hundred years. The details might not be detailed enough, but the general direction was good. As a Yuanian cultivator, not understanding the general trend was a great taboo. There were all kinds of news, from the 2 great Buddhist sects in Juzian, from the outer realms, and from the anti-space. Those who were astute could always find some clues. As the host and convener, Slug talked about his purpose. It has been nearly 250 years since the collapse of the Great Tao of the Great Void. The young god ancestor of the Qing Wei Immortal Sect vaguely mentioned in his speech that the next change is coming. I think that in addition to the one who is indulging in pleasure in the universe, the 2 of you should have also sensed this from the higher-ups of the sect. Qing Xian and Rabbit Lips nodded. The young god supreme was the most sensitive to the changes in the innate Great Tao, perhaps including the hidden hints from the half-immortals of the orthodoxy. Therefore, there was no such thing as being kept in the dark. In other words, the next Great Tao that was about to collapse had already begun to show signs. The collapse of moral destiny happened suddenly, and there was no preparation or premonition. However, from the beginning of merit, the cultivators of the lower world were not completely ignorant. Sooner or later, there was always a premonition. This may be the difference between the path of Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal and the ordinary innate Great Tao. The innate Great Tao of Golden Immortals seems to be easier to perceive. After all, with the collapse of merit and Great Void, the upper sects have never stopped studying the external performance of the innate Great Tao in the universe before and after the collapse. After so many years, they have finally gained some result. Based on the information I heard from the higher-ups, there are probably no more than 3 Great Taos that may collapse this time: slaughter, destruction, and impermanence. I wonder what Tai Xian and Yuanxia think about this. He did not mention Xiao Yu, probably because he knew that Lu Xiaoyi had been wandering in the universe all year round and had limited spies in the sect. Therefore, he simply did not ask. Even if he asked, it would be useless. Lu Xiaoyi was also happy to only have one ear. Rabbit Lips said seriously, the higher-ups of Yuanxia's opinion is slaughter, destruction, and nirvana. Qing Xian pondered and said, Tai Xian's guess is slaughter, destruction, and nirvana. Slug concluded, excluding the worst answer and the opinion of Trash One Ear, then the main direction of the collapse of Great Tao is the same for our 3 sects. The only difference is the 3 Great Taos of Buddhism: impermanence, nirvana, and nirvana. Considering that there are not many Great Taos involved in Buddhism and the collapse of merit and virtue only happened a few hundred years ago, since everyone has a different feeling about which Great Tao of Buddhism collapsed, can we assume that the Great Tao of Buddhism will not collapse this time? Lu Xiaoyi praised, good reasoning. The core is, if I don't understand it, I will exclude it. Seeing the 3 of them staring at him with murderous eyes, Lu Xiaoyi knew to shut his mouth. Slug continued, the question is it slaughter or destruction? In fact, the precursor of the collapse of Great Tao must be chaos. Therefore, the collapse of these 2 Great Taos should be ranked first, in line with the decay of the heavenly Tao. If the Great Tao is disorderly, all kinds of monsters will appear and order will collapse. Countless changes will be possible. This is common knowledge. For example, One Ear was born in the face of disaster. When slaughter and destruction collapsed, the god of slaughter would descend and blood would fill the world. This is a person like him. Lu Xiaoyi was speechless. Why were they always targeting him? The reason was actually very simple. Slug, let's talk privately later. I will tell you the spatial location of the group of sirens. My condition is that you don't drag me into this mess for no reason. Slug had achieved his goal and changed his tone. Of course, we still know One Ear. Although he is a little ruthless, he is not a bad person. Occasionally, he has a bottom line. Whether it is slaughter or destruction, the collapse of the Great Tao this time is the general trend. There are also many other evidences. I won't go through them one by one. There are some things that we can't understand. What I want to say is, if it is really the collapse of the Great Tao, then what benefits can we gain from it? Although among the 4 of us, only One Ear is proficient in slaughter Tao, the 3 of us more or less understand it. We are all on the same side. Let me be honest. If you don't understand the Great Tao, how can you survive in the cultivation world? Chapter 11:19. As Lu Xiaoyi listened, he tried his best to digest the information. This was also a kind of improvement on the path of Tao. The world of cultivation was developing. 10,000 years ago, Yuanian cultivators would be seen as ignorant if they talked about the Tao. But now, discussing the Tao had become a daily thing. Impermanence, nirvana, and nirvana were all Taos that leaned towards Buddhism. Nirvana and nirvana were easy to understand, but the impermanence here did not refer to the impermanence ghosts, but a kind of profound meaning of Buddhism. All the Taos in the world were born from the combination of fate and fate. The Taos that were born from fate had no self-nature. They were born from the combination of fate and died when fate scattered. They could not stay in the world for 3 generations. To put it bluntly, one could not have the heart of the past, the heart of the present, and the heart of the future. Because all the Taos in the world were permanent, they were called impermanence. To put it simply, the essence of the cultivation world was that nothing would remain the same forever. Everything was changing, and things could only survive in change. This included human thoughts. If a person or a sect did not think to improve and did not know how to change, then it was destined to become a fragment of history. In this sense, Lu Xiaoyi felt that the collapse of this thing in advance was very reasonable. The collapse of the Anitya Hellguards didn't mean that the core concept of the Anitya Hellguards was wrong. Rather, it was because the laws of change in all things had become uncertain. For example, the Anitya Hellguards in the past were a sine wave with a regular pattern because of someone's Dao unification. But after the collapse of the Anitya Hellguards, the Anitya Hellguards could become random waves that were different from each other. When everything in the universe began to be based on impermanence, it was also the beginning of chaos. The great Tao of massacre began to have no basis. Everyone had their own Tao of massacre. The great Tao of destruction began to have no framework. Everyone had their own system. The great Tao of impermanence began to lose its regular changes. Thus, the changes of everything in the universe began to become disorderly. Big as the stars, small as the living beings. To an individual, they could change as they pleased. Of course, in the end, they had to become stronger and adapt to the world, and not disappear. To Lu Xiaoyi, his sword Tao was also a kind of impermanence. However, in the past, it was built on the foundation of a mature system. In the future, he would be able to be even more bold and unconstrained because some of the constraints were gone. In a sense, the collapse of the impermanence 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 of the cultivation world. However, his conjecture was purely based on his own assumptions. He did not have any concrete evidence to back it up, so he did not want to insist or argue about it. To him, it was none of his business to destroy whoever he wanted. There's a dangerous place in the universe. It's called the Fragrant Grass Trail. I think everyone knows about it. The slug finally got to the point. The Fragrant Grass Trail's name sounded very poetic, but it was actually one of the most dangerous places in the dozens of universes near the upper realm of Juzian. It formed a strong contrast with its name. It could be understood as an important strategic location. In this direction, the other end of the Fragrant Grass Trail was a large barren universe. It was an empty space where the cultivation world was extinct. It was also the size of dozens of universes. This empty space was separated from the dozens of universes where the human cultivation civilization, led by Juzian, was at its peak. It formed the two worlds of the cultivation world and the non-cultivation world. The dangerous places in the universe were mostly celestial phenomena. For example, the attraction of black holes and the eruption of stars were places that human cultivators could not approach. The Fragrant Grass Trail was different. It was not a celestial phenomenon, but a plant. A plant that grew out of the void of the universe. It was just like the ubiquitous grassland in the world. However, the grass here was three-dimensional. Furthermore, it could kill people. A single blade of grass might not matter to a cultivator, but if it was an endless amount of murderous grass, there were also cultivators who crossed the Fragrant Grass Trail into the barren universe. There was only one goal. Because there were no traces of humans, the spiritual opportunity there was more abundant. The premise was that you could cross the Fragrant Grass Trail and deal with the masters there, the void beasts. According to the research of the senior monarchs in the sect, the scattering of the great Tao fragments after they collapse isn't completely random. In fact, there's a direction. The direction is that the more suitable a place is for this Tao, the more likely it is for the great Tao fragments to be concentrated. The Fragrant Grass Trail is a place where countless cultivation creatures have been buried for millions of years. Humans, void beasts, all kinds of strange beasts, and so on. Because of its plant nature, the Fragrant Grass Trail is the best place to accumulate this kind of negative energy. Therefore, we determined that if it's the collapse of the great Tao of slaughter and destruction, this place is definitely the place where the fragments are concentrated. The Snot Man's eyes lit up. As far as I know, many cultivators who are passionate about this Tao have already set off for the Fragrant Grass Trail. There's no need to say those hypocritical words between us. Those who can reach this step and have outstanding combat abilities, which one of them hasn't tried the Tao of slaughter and destruction? It's just that they have to care about the face of Taoism, so they keep it a secret. It's as if all of them are saints. Since we're going there, it must be a big scene. A lone tree doesn't make a forest. I wonder if you're interested. The snot man's words were the essence of a cultivator who had reached the Tao. As for the great Tao of slaughter, although there were very few cultivators who had clearly shown it, which of those so-called cultivators who were outstanding didn't comprehend it? It was just a matter of how much and how deep it was. This included the few people present. Lu Xiaoyi didn't need to be mentioned. The swordsman never hid this point. The other three actually more or less understood it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to kill people and reach their current positions. The great Tao fragments were the meat that attracted Yuanian cultivators the most. This was because they were at the best time to integrate the Tao realm. Unlike the perfected cultivators, whose Tao realm was fixed, it was better not to change it. Yuanian cultivators were still a blank piece of paper. They could experiment as much as they wanted and do as they pleased. This was their era. The three of them changed their minds. They also knew about the fragrant grass trail. In their respective sects, they had 2 or 3 friends who had invited them to go together. If a sect was considered as a whole and was divided into several sections, there were roughly a few sections. Excluding those who had reached the nascent soul stage through research, there were about 50% left. Subtracting those who were mediocre and might not even be able to pass the tangle of fragrant grass, there were only 20% left. Those who had nothing to do with the great Tao of slaughter were less than 10%. Those who weren't interested or couldn't go together due to various special reasons were numerous. Despite the size of the sect, there were probably only about 10 people who could go together. This was the unique characteristic of Taoism in the cultivation world. After all, they weren't swordsmen. Not everyone was good at fighting, and not everyone yearned for the great Tao of slaughter. Taoism's unique characteristic was its diversity. There were countless paths to choose from. Of course, the reason why the 4 of them were able to gather together in the first place was because of their fighting abilities. Or rather, their killing abilities were outstanding. After all, there weren't many who had grown up like them. They were no strangers to the great Tao of slaughter. Chapter 1120. In the sect, there were thousands of Yuanian gathered together. Some were distant, some were close, some were good, some were bad. Not everyone could be as close as brothers. There were even some who had not seen each other for hundreds of years. Just like the school in his previous life, if there were thousands of people in a grade, would you know all of them? It was nothing more than a small group in your own class. Cultivators had more freedom than students and were more independent. Therefore, the circle of major cultivators was actually very small. For a place like the fragrant grass trail, of course, one had to find one's most trusted friends. They had to have strength, willingness, and mutual trust. If one were to define a team based on this, in fact, more teams were formed between the 7 Daoist sects. For example, they had a common language, a way of doing things, a friendship that had been tested by time, complementary fighting characteristics, and a deep understanding of each other. This was why even if Slug had a senior brother in the Qingwei Immortal sect who invited him, he was more willing to choose these friends. Qing Xian and Hairlip were in a similar situation. They were similar in age and strength, so there was no need for one person to lead and the others to follow blindly. This was a free team. Everyone had the right to express their own opinions. Such a relaxed environment was also very important. Although they were usually playful, they were all prideful. They didn't want to be someone's shadow, nor did they want to drag a few people down with them. They would meet up with 3 or 4 friends, and they didn't need to take care of anyone. This was the best way to fight in a small team. Hairlip nodded. Since the collapse of the Great Tao, he had not obtained a single fragment. The time of morality had not been born, fate was wrong, merit did not belong to him, and Taishu had missed it. Therefore, even if the great Tao of slaughter and destruction was not his main Tao, he did not mind meddling in it. If you did not fight for the great Tao, how could you expect the fragments of the great Tao to hit you on the head? Although there were more than 30 innate great Taos, if one did not work hard, it was normal to not get any. Qing Xian had the same thoughts as him. At least this team was reliable, especially with Shen Yuan in it. Both of them nodded, except for Lu Xiaoyi, who did not say anything. Slug just stared at him. What do you mean by this? You are the only one who needs the fragments of slaughter the most, right? Why are you not saying anything now? Lu Xiaoyi shrugged. Do I need to say anything? You brought me here, how can I say no? Take off your pants and let out some air. Slug snorted. To be honest, out of the three of them, he valued One Ear the most. With him around, he felt at ease. One Ear was a truly ruthless character. However, he still needed to remind him of something. There's something I need to remind you. Although the Tao of slaughter and destruction is very important to the swordsman, my opinion is that you shouldn't tell your shaking Shadow Realm brothers about it. You should know that it's fine for a single swordsman like you to go in, but if a Shadow Shaking Realm team goes in, you'll incur the wrath of the crowd. Not only the monks, but also most of the Daoist cultivators have always been prejudiced against swordsmen. Of course, we brothers have nothing to say, but how many brothers do you have in Taoism? At that time, when all of you gather together, the monks will definitely gather together, and so will the disciples of Tao sect. Those 10 people of yours might not be enough to fight, even if you are personally leading them. The crux of the matter was that such a battle was meaningless. Needless to say, if he lost, he would suffer heavy casualties. Even if he won, he would offend the Daoist and Buddhist sects at the same time. This isn't a place to gather together. That's why the ancestors of Mount Qingwei have specially reminded us to limit ourselves to 4 or 5 people. Otherwise, there's the possibility of a large-scale conflict. Hairlip also said, Slug is talking about the general direction, while I'll talk about the specific difficulties. The void fragrant grass in the fragrant grass trail is not ordinary. You swordsmen have explosive power, but you're far inferior in other aspects. There's no need to mention that you're a freak, but the swordsmen under you can't. If you rashly go in, the human opponents are secondary, but the omnipresent killing grass will make the sword vein very uncomfortable. You have to be careful. Lu Xiaoyi smiled in agreement. His friends were really concerned about him, because Taoism's attitude towards the sword vein had always been very vague and unfriendly. He had already experienced this in the 5 rings of azure sky, so he saw it more clearly than Slug and the others. The current shaking Shadow Realm did not have a single true monarch, and it was not the time to provoke both Buddhism and Taoism. Moreover, what if the one who died was a Wuchang? The 4 agreed on a time and went back to prepare. Lu Xiaoyi also went back to carefree travel. He still had something important to do, and that was to see if there was a chance to meet Whitebrow Ancestor. He felt that the time was ripe. Some news had already spread to cultivators like Slug, and this was also a reminder to him and Qing Xian that it was time to lay all their cards on the table. Qing Xian would look for Sun God Ancestor in Taishan, while he would look for Whitebrow. He did not know if Whitebrow would give him such a chance. He had to give it a try. If he said it out loud, he would have to relax. At least he could find out what Whitebrow Ancestor was thinking about. He could also let go of his hands and feet. It was too uncomfortable to keep the door half closed. In the Hall of Freedom, Immortal Kucha was enjoying his bitter tea, his eyes narrowed into slits. Oh, you want to meet senior brother Whitebrow? Yes, you have good intentions, but I don't know where he is. You know that I have to deal with a lot of things every day. I have to deal with the sect's matters, the realm's matters, the universe's matters, and my own cultivation. I have to shoulder the entire sect alone. How about this? I'll ask on your behalf and see if he has the time. There are thousands of Yuaniing in carefree travel. If everyone. Do you understand? Lu Xiaoyi was well behaved. Disciple understands. Disciple is only here to express a wish. As for whether or not I can meet him, I don't dare to ask for too much. True monarch Bitter Tea smiled. He thought for a moment and gave up on the urge to ask for the truth. He knew that when it was time for him to know, senior brother Whitebrow would not hide anything from him. If he asked something he should not know, it would only lead to trouble. This was the propriety of a high-level true monarch. He closed his eyes and shook his hand. A special carefree command token flew out of the hall and disappeared into the horizon. All that was left was to wait. The two were silent and faced each other in silence. In the outer universe, two Taoists were playing chess. One of them scanned the token with his spiritual sense and laughed. Here it comes again. It has the same meaning as the one you received just now. It seems like those two fellows are in cahoots. They can't sit still. The old Daoist had a benevolent expression. Haha, Yuaniing. It would be strange if they didn't feel anything now that they've come into contact with something. It's time. We can't keep dragging it out like this. If they go astray, everyone will be in trouble. White Brow Ancestor frowned. You're too lenient. Let them be ants in a hot pot for a while longer. As the master of Juzian, we haven't mistreated them for the past few hundred years. We can't let them think that they deserve everything. Let them suffer a bit and grind them down a bit. They have to know that the top echelon of Juzian's control isn't inferior to theirs. The old Daoist didn't care. You're too strict. Don't make things worse. White Brow Ancestor snorted. They should be thanking me. Without my strictness, would they be where they are now? They're already yuaniing. If they haggle over such small gains and losses, I'll look down on them. Chapter 11:21. In the end, Lu Xiaoyi left the Great Freedom Hall with his tail between his legs. It was obvious that they were not willing to lay their cards on the table. What were they waiting for? He did not know either. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he tried to find out more about the fragrant grass path and found that it was the same as what Hairlip had said. The so-called fragrant grass path was like a mortal drowning in water filled with aquatic plants. They could not breathe and their hands and feet could be entangled. In the fragrant grass path, not being able to breathe meant that it was extremely difficult to replenish one's magic power. There was only one way, spiritual opportunity. However, it did not have the self-recovery ability that cultivators should have. This was very disadvantageous for swordsmen who had always been at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation, especially for the Shaking Shadow sect. Their cultivation methods were unorthodox and their disadvantage was even more obvious in this aspect. Because of the existence of countless murderous grass, it was also very difficult for flying swords to travel through here. Of course, the power of spells from Dharma cultivators would also be absorbed by the murderous grass. In essence, it would affect any orthodoxy. However, the problem was that swordsmen basically had no other means other than the sword. On the other hand, Dharma cultivators and monks had endless means. In this aspect, the more monotonous the orthodoxy was, the more disadvantaged it was. He was a little hesitant. Should he pretend not to know and not inform the Shaking Shadow sect brothers? Or should he make it clear and forbid it? In the end, he still decided not to say anything. They were all mature cultivators. Yuaniing should be able to make the most suitable decision for themselves. They were not children. He could not make the decision for them. If he did it this time, what about the next time? He wandered around Xiao Yarrow Mountain like this for a few months. Every day, he ran between the library and the lecture hall. After 3 months, he reported to the Great Freedom Hall and directly left the boundary. He arrived at the designated airspace. There, 3 figures were waiting for him. One ear, are you the boss? You're so arrogant. Everyone has to wait for you. Slug was calculative because after the last meeting, this guy did not fulfill his promise and did not mention a word about the siren's location. Lu Xiaoyi said casually, "It's not that I'm late. It's that you guys are early." The 4 of them set off. They didn't use a ferry. This was the fastest way to maintain their reaction speed in the void of the universe. For cultivators who had long since become accustomed to battle, being prepared at any time and any place was a portrayal of their cultivation life. It would take about 1 or 2 years to fly across the main world space, but they still didn't choose to enter the negative space. There was no other way. They didn't have a ferry, and they didn't have any coordinates. Lu Xiaoyi wouldn't take the initiative to take out his own. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he had 2 ferries. One was the 5th ring, and it couldn't expose its bottom. The other was the Taigu star's single-person ferry, and it couldn't carry anyone. In fact, the Taoist sects in the Juzian upper realm did not encourage Yuanian cultivators to enter the negative space. This was the right of a perfected cultivator, and it was also for the sake of safety. Based on the Taoist sect's tradition in cultivation, they had a general standard of where cultivators of different stages could go. For example, if you were a Yuanian cultivator, then you should obediently move around in the main world. Don't show off in the negative space, unless you had a special mission from your sect. In fact, this was also a kind of protection for the coordinates. The more frequently this thing was used, the harder it would be to avoid being discovered. The absolute number of Yuanian cultivators was still too high. If a large number of main world cultivators wandered around in the negative space, it would easily arouse the disgust of the cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent. This was a tacit understanding that had been maintained in the positive and negative space for millions of years. It was very important to have a proper sense of propriety, and not to treat the negative space as the main world's back garden. Once this opening was opened, there would be countless troubles in the future. Qing Xian privately asked with her divine sense, "What's wrong? Did your family's ancestor Xiao Yarou see you?" Lu Xiaoyi sighed, "No. It looks like they're just waiting for the eagles to arrive. They're waiting for us to lose our arrogance and become docile." Lu Xiaoyi didn't even bother to ask Qing Xian. Since White Brow didn't want to see him, ancestor Tai Xian definitely wouldn't see Qing Xian. That was for sure. They were all in the same boat, so of course their actions would be the same. Qing Xian smiled bitterly. "Then let's wait. This is the right of the host. Who asked us to be uninvited guests? But aren't they afraid that we'll do something that's not conducive to their plan?" Lu Xiaoyi snorted and said, "What's the matter that Yuanian can't do that the Sun Spirit Perfected Lord can't do? If you really have the chance to do something big and give them a headache, maybe you'll see us." Qing Xian nodded. "Good idea. Work hard." Lu Xiaoyi immediately retorted, "Why me? Why are you acting like nothing happened?" Qing Xian explained, "When it comes to causing trouble, no one can compare to you Shenyuan swordsman. Even the three pure ones are ashamed of our inferiority. Your ancestors could make a mess of the immortal court. What's the big deal for you, Yuaniing, to make a mess of a realm? I have faith in you." After a pause, Qing Xian said again, "You seem to disagree with the appearance of the fragment of the Great Tao this time?" Lu Xiaoyi didn't hide it from him. "I don't doubt the judgment that the Great Tao will collapse. It's the judgment of the perfected lords. It can't be wrong, but I don't think it's necessarily about killing and destruction." Qing Xian said, "Impermanence." Lu Xiaoyi nodded. This was the difference in judgment between the orthodoxies of different realms. It was hard to say clearly, but there was a difference in judgment between them and the people of Juzian. The people of the Fifth Ring were better at judging trends. In the process, they would also add some other considerations, such as unexpected things. A truly brilliant judgment would definitely take variables into consideration. It wasn't that the people of Juzian weren't strong enough, but that the universe they lived in was too peaceful, lacking a lot of risk and excitement. For the people of the Fifth Ring, they were used to dealing with sudden and complicated situations. This was a kind of personality. The character of a realm was more suitable for chaotic times. Qing Xian said disdainfully, "There's nothing you don't want." Lu Xiaoyi laughed. "You say it as if you were forced to come. The greed of the three pure ones is famous in the universe. Others may not know, but how could I not know? Impermanence was a great Tao that didn't have a sense of existence among the innate great Taos. It didn't seem to have any power, and it didn't seem to be able to determine the changes of the universe. But they all knew that in the changes of the universe, although the role of impermanence was not obvious, it was actually very significant. The word impermanence came from the miscellaneous Ahan Sutra. It meant that nothing would remain the same. Everything would go through the process of creation and destruction. To be more specific, everything would go through the 4 stages of creation: residence, destruction, and emptiness. Creation referred to the creation of things. Residence referred to the fact that things would be in a relatively stable state for a certain period of time. Destruction referred to the fact that after a certain period of time, there would be a great change and it would be in an unstable state. Emptiness referred to the fact that things had been destroyed and their form no longer existed. Connected to the phenomena of life, it was birth, old age, illness, and death. Chapter 1122. Although impermanence was a Buddhist theory, there were no absolutes in the world of cultivation. This was because Taoism also held impermanence in high esteem because it explained the essence of things from their birth to their destruction. It was an inconspicuous but very important variable in the innate Taos. This variable was especially precious in the current cultivation world of the universe. The two of them did not mention whether they could capture the fragments of the impermanence Taos. In theory, if it was the Taos of slaughter and destruction, then places like fragrant grass path would attract the fragments because of its inherent slaughter nature. But if it was impermanence, then it was hard to say. Maybe it would be attracted, or maybe it would be like ordinary space. For people like them, you have to go there first and then wait for it to descend. The four of them streaked across the universe in an exceptionally elegant manner. They were all from the top Daoist sects, so they had to take into account both speed and elegance. The only sword cultivator had never used a sword. His hands were behind his back, his chest was puffed out, and half of his head was raised as he looked down on the world. Just looking at him made Slug's heart burn with anger. Hey, swordsman, you're not using your sword, but copying us? Are you trying to trick us? Lu Xiaoyi ignored him. He was just an idiot who thought with the lower half of his body. I'm not using my sword. I'll still throw my fart at you. Do you believe me? The four of them were competitive. In fact, other than Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian who had a life and death battle, the others had not really fought. Even the battle between Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian happened in the Jindan realm. It was too far away and did not mean anything. Under the current situation, it was not good to directly fight. Speed was the only way to see who was better. Everyone knew that speed was one of the most important factors in a battle in the void of the universe. Snot Bug wanted to compete with Lu Xiaoyi, and the other two naturally did not want to be left too far behind. Thus, the four of them flew faster and faster, and had long surpassed the speed that they should be able to reach at their level. They were indeed worthy of being the outstanding talents of Zhuxian in the Jindan realm. Even after reaching the Yuanying realm, they still maintained their strength. To look disdainfully at the world slug's escape technique was the famous Ziwei navigator of the Qingwei celestial sect, which was also a type of star art. Rabbit Lips escape technique was the Yuanxia secret technique, where he pinched his fingers between his fingers and measured in proportion, which was full of mysterious aura. Qing Xian's escape technique was the three pristines penetrating the rainbow, which was more orthodox. Lu Xiaoyi was still using his stars to pull. Under the numerous stars, his power was endless. He had already sensed more than 100,000 stars in the origin world, and his speed was becoming more and more terrifying. The most fundamental things were often the simplest. Along the way, not only did they compete in speed, they also competed in endurance. Lu Xiaoyi had always been superior to Slug, but he didn't care about the other two. After several months, they had a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Other than Lu Xiaoyi, the other three had reached the nascent soul stage around 300 to 400 years ago. They had now reached the late stage of the Yuanying realm, and their cultivation was profound. In theory, they had already met the prerequisites for the upper realm. It all depended on their own plans and opportunities. To them, they still had 300 to 400 years to plan their path to the upper realm. Lu Xiaoyi was the youngest among them, and there was a gap of 10 years between them. However, his cultivation was also the weakest. He had just broken through the 5-inch Yuanying realm, and was now 6 inches. He could barely be considered to be in the middle stage of the Yuanying realm. However, in front of him, there were still the 7-inch and 9-inch checkpoints. It was very difficult, and this was the after-effect of the Yuanying realm. However, in this mad dash across the universe, he didn't show any signs of exhaustion. His speed was steadily better than Slug's, and after a few months, he didn't seem to have any problems. This meant that even though he didn't have enough mana, He was better than the others in terms of refinement. Once he reached the peak of the late stage of the Yuanying realm, he could directly enter the upper realm. He didn't need to put in so much effort to compress and refine like the others. This was also a characteristic of his cultivation. However, in the eyes of the other three, it was very admirable. This was because he had been suppressing Slug with all his might, which meant that he wasn't giving it his all. Then, where was his limit? It was very difficult to imagine. Among them, Qing Xian was the most emotional. He was very clear that in terms of the use of mana, even though Slug's Yuanying was only 6 inches, it was impossible for others to suppress him with cultivation. On the contrary, in terms of refinement and explosive power, Slug's Yuanying was far inferior to his. Coupled with his sword skills, he was more likely to lose than win if he were to fight with Slug now. After running at full speed for a few months, since it was difficult to determine who was better, they gradually slowed down. If it wasn't a real life and death battle, who was stronger and who was weaker would still be a bad score. In normal flight, Slug took the lead, and the other 4 followed in a vertical line. Lu Xiaoyi was the last. This was because he didn't know the way. On this day, Slug, who was leading the way, suddenly changed direction and went diagonally. Even though they didn't understand why, the 3 people behind still followed closely. Before long, they could feel the faint fluctuation of spiritual vigor in front of them. There were people fighting. Slug, who had been bored for almost a year, couldn't help but want to join in the fun. It was a little unfamiliar, but the 3 of them didn't say anything. Whether to turn a blind eye, draw a sword to help, or loot a burning house, this was a personal choice. There were pros and cons to each choice. It wasn't a fight between individuals, but between 2 small groups. One side had 3 people, and the other had 5 people. Judging from their current spatial position, it was very likely that they were going to the fragrant grass path together. There must be a reason for Slug to turn and meddle in other people's business. After seeing the camps of both sides, Lu Xiaoyi understood. There were 3 Kuan cultivators on one side. They were graceful and elegant, and there was a sense of elegance in their beauty. They were all dressed in palace attire, and their beautiful eyebrows swept lightly. They didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the fight between 3 people and 5 people. Lu Xiaoyi was the most embarrassed about the situation in the various boundaries of the main world near Juzian. He was very curious because he rarely did this deliberately. Which boundary has such a sharp female cultivator? Do they have a background? Qing Xian and Rabbit Lip shook their heads. It was normal that they didn't know. After all, the universe was too big, and it wasn't something that Yuanying cultivators could know. Since Slug was in front, he would be the one to deal with it. Is the technique very special? It's impossible for such a Dao tradition to be unknown around Juzian. Moreover, there are 3 Kuan cultivators. Looking at their attire, they should be from the same sect. Rabbit Lip was also a little puzzled. He was the one who understood the cultivators of the outside world the most among the 4 of them. Qing Xian also said, the application of the Dao state is also unique. It's refreshing. In my opinion, those 5 cultivators won't be able to gain any advantage. They didn't know either side of the fight. In theory, there was no right or wrong in a collision like this in the void of the universe. It was also very difficult to use a fixed pattern to distinguish between the 2 sides. Of course, Slug was a little different because he didn't have any information about the Yin Ren. This was a kind of mood. Chapter 11:23. The 4 of them observed for a moment, and Slug stepped out from the crowd. We're all Daoist cultivators, so why do we have to fight to the death? What can't be discussed? Why don't I do a good deed and let's just drop the subject and shake hands and make peace? As soon as the 4 of them appeared in the vicinity, the confrontation between the 2 groups of cultivators began to decrease in intensity. They didn't know if they were friends or foes, and no one was willing to be surrounded at this time. They had to see clearly. When Slug spoke, both sides stopped fighting. This was also the cultivation standard of cultivators in the void of the universe. The 4 newcomers were variables. Whichever side they joined, that side's strength would multiply. Therefore, since Slug spoke, they had to give face. This was the way of survival. On the contrary, the group of 5 spoke first. We come from the Chongo boundary, a member of the cultivation world of the main world. Since you fellow Taoists intend to interfere in the fight, do you know the origins of the people on the other side? Slug was also straightforward. I don't know. Please tell us in detail and clear our doubt. Without waiting for this side to speak, one of the 3 female cultivators in palace attire took the initiative to answer. We come from the negative space, good cultivators of the Heaven's Choice continent. We have long admired the main world's elegance, civilization, and morality, and yearn for it. We didn't expect that in this so-called main world, cultivators would be so tyrannical. We were hurrying on our way and wanted to go to the fragrant grass path to try our luck, but we were stopped here for no reason. They said that there was a difference between the main world and the negative space, and that we should go back to the negative space to try our luck. Fellow Daoist, can you be the judge? Is there anyone so tyrannical and unreasonable? It turned out that the 3 earth cultivators came from the negative space. Rabbit Lip was a little surprised, but Lu Xiaoyi was very indifferent. He had already guessed this from the unique way they used the Dao realm. Moreover, he also suspected that Slug might have realized something as well. At their level and temperament, it was impossible for them to be angry because of some siren. They were just using this reason to measure each other's depth and understand each other, so that they could cooperate effectively in battle. This was the way of the Dao sect's people. It was a little roundabout, but it was also because it was not good to really fight among friends. Similarly, the Slug would not be unable to move his eyes away just because he saw 3 Kuan cultivators. In the Juzian upper realm, if there were many Kuan cultivators, the Qing Wei immortal sect would bear the brunt. There were countless outstanding fairies in the sect, so why would they be so anxious to the point of lust the moment they came out? These people all had their own profoundness, and each of them had their own way of doing things. They couldn't think that just because the Slug looked carefree, he was a simple-minded person. Therefore, it was best to wait and see what would happen. Slug cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Daoist, you're right. There are opportunities in the main world, and there are opportunities in the negative space. We can't cross the line. However, since the 3 fairies are here, in order to express the magnanimity of the main world's cultivators, it seems that we don't have to go too far. It's just 3 Kuan friends, not 30 or 300. In my opinion, why don't we each take a step back and turn enemies into friends? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" He was trying to smooth things over, but the people from Chang'o's side understood that this was actually a kind of attitude. The main world's cultivators were very wary of visitors from the negative space. Most of them were cultivators from small domains, such as Shuanggo. Because they rarely had the opportunity to travel to the negative space, they placed great importance on their own world. However, for the Daoist sects in the Juzian upper realm, they had to travel through the negative space all year round, so they placed great importance on their relationship with the cultivators from the Heaven's Choice continent. It was not good for anyone to make things too tense, so they let them go now. In fact, the reason came from the position of each force in the universe. Nothing was without reason, whether it was hostility or goodwill. The cultivators from Chang'o did not insist. In order to survive in the universe, the most important thing was to have sharp eyes and be able to weigh the situation. He couldn't even take down the 3 women, and with these 4 unfamiliar cultivators, he basically had no choice. Thus, he took advantage of this situation to get out of the situation. Since there are fellow Taoists from the main world, we won't go too far. I just don't know where you are cultivating. Which big sect are you from? If there's a chance in the future, we can get closer to each other. The closer here didn't necessarily mean malicious extension. They had spent some effort, and even if they couldn't take down the 3 Kuan cultivators, they would still owe them a favor. Cultivation was meaningless, and they might be useful in the future. They were all smart people who knew how to judge the situation and knew when to advance and retreat. Slug smiled and said, "The Juzian upper realm. I'm Shuang Kong, thank you for your understanding." When the cultivators from Chang'o heard about the Juzian upper realm, they knew that it was the so-called first realm in the universe. It was hard to say if it was bragging, But the size was there, and it could not be ignored. They had a conflict with the 3 female cultivators, and the reason was complicated. There was hostility towards the anti-space cultivators, and of course, there were other unspeakable reasons. Since the opportunity was not there, it was not good to persist. There was no deep hatred. The cultivators from Chang'o left, and the 3 Kuan cultivators bowed. In fact, this encounter was not dangerous for them, and they still had many tricks up their sleeves. The abilities of the cultivators from Chang'o were also very ordinary, but since it could be resolved peacefully, it was better than fighting and killing. After all, they were in a different world. How could they do as they wished? Slug went up to talk alone, while Lu Xiaoyi and the other 2 watched from afar. Hairlip sighed and said, "Is the anti-space so powerful now? Not only can it easily travel to and from the main world, but it can also accurately find the fragrant grass path. You have to know, even most of the unorthodox sects in Juzian are confused about the collapse of the Great Tao this time." "What time? What kind of Great Tao? Is it something that a person can know?" Qing Xian sneered. "There's no such thing as an airtight wall. The cultivation world is a big sieve, so how can there be any secrets? You said that most of the 3,000 unorthodox sects in Juzian don't know about it, but I don't think so. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Even if one ear didn't go back and leak it, there will be a lot of swordsmen who will find it by smelling it." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "This matter can't be forced. If you think for them, they may think that you're missing their chance. I actually want to encourage them to make this trip, but the fragrant grass path is really too unfriendly to swordsmen." Hairlip looked at Slug, who was chatting happily with the cultivators from afar, and laughed. "What do you think Slug is planning? Or rather, what does the Qingwei Immortal sect have in mind? They want to collude with the cultivators of Heaven's Choice." Qing Xian exposed him. "Hairlip, you don't have to pretend to be innocent. Getting in touch with the cultivators of Heaven's Choice is probably the common desire of all the upper sects in Juzian, right? After all, the anti-space corresponding to Juzian is relatively close to the continent of Heaven's Choice. Who knows what will happen when the era changes? It's always good to have one more friend. At the very least, you have to understand what they're thinking. I won't deny that Huang Zhonghuang in Taishan also has similar thoughts. In my opinion, the 9 great upper sects have long started sending perfected monarchs into Heaven's Choice. It's just that this matter is confidential, and our identities are limited, so we can't know everything. Chapter 11:24. Soon, Slug led the 3 female cultivators over and introduced them one by one. "This is Yuanxia's younger brother, Hua Zui, Taishuan's disciple, Quan Su, and Xiaoyao's wandering dog, Shan These fairies are all good people from the Heaven's Choice continent. Due to the changes in the Great Way, they often come to the main world to travel. Their purpose of this trip is the same as ours. This is Lan Mai, the good country's chancellor, Qian Zi, and Fei Yu. Everyone, get to know each other. I've already discussed with the fairies. In order to avoid trouble along the way, our 2 groups will be one and travel together. I think it will be much less troublesome and convenient for everyone." To the 4 of them, it didn't matter because Slug was the one who initiated this trip. It was fine for him to make the decision for such a small matter. However, Rabbit Lip was very direct in private. "Slug, you need to give us a reason. Only then can we define the positions of the 2 groups. If we have trouble, we don't need others' help. But if they have a dispute, how far should we go? We've met by chance, so there are some things that we need to talk about clearly. Otherwise, when things come to a head, everyone will feel awkward." The expanded group set off again. Due to the number of people, it wasn't good to maintain a long snake formation. With their speed and the lack of air resistance in the universe, a distance of several hundred miles was more suitable. The 4 of them flew back and forth, more than 2,000 miles from head to tail. They could support each other in an instant, but if there were 7 people, it would be too long. Therefore, they decided to team up in pairs. Starting from Slug, he and Lan Mai led the way, followed by Qing Xian and Qian Zi. After that, Hairlip and Crimson Moon followed. Finally, Lu Xiaoyi was all alone. In Slug's words, He was afraid that he would be tired and should rest more. In fact, the real worry was that he knew that he and Qing Xian would not have anything to do with these female cultivators in the negative space, but he could never figure out what his best friend would do. If he had to guess, then the result would definitely be the result that he least expected. This was a chance encounter, and no one in the universe could arrange such a coincidence. Zhu Xian and the 9 great sects had the same attitude towards the cultivators from the negative space, which was to approach and rope them in. There was a very deep background behind this. Even the slow-witted higher-ups of the sects could feel the restlessness of the cultivators from the Heaven's Choice continent in these few hundred years of changes. From the occasional few cultivators who came to the main world to travel, they gradually formed groups, even including the Void Beast. Furthermore, it could be foreseen that one day, such a migration would reach a certain scale and trend. It would slowly become the behavior of the Heaven Law cultivation countries, and even evolve into an alliance between countries. If all of this was true, then there would be a realistic problem. Humans were not void beasts. They would need a place to settle down. Where would they settle down? Of course, the higher the level of the cultivation world, the better. Although Zhu Xian had been peaceful for a long time and felt like a paradise, it did not mean that they were unaware of the possible dangers. Taking the initiative to send the true monarchs to the Heaven's Choice continent was one move, and forming a good relationship with the Heaven's Choice continent in the main world and seizing the opportunity to rope them in was another move. There was only one goal, which was to figure out the true goal of the people from the Heaven's Choice continent. The small sects could not understand these calculations. With their status, they could not see so far ahead. Thus, just like the people of Long Valley, they blindly rejected the people from the Heaven's Choice continent, allowing the large sects to express their gratitude. This was the reason why the slug did not reject the others even though he was a bit rash. This was because the others had also received similar instructions from their sects, except for Lu Xiaoyi, who had always been active in the negative space. Lu Xiaoyi followed behind unsteadily, despising them in his heart. With the combination of heaven and earth, wouldn't it be tiring to run? Bullshit. Although he had never received similar instructions from the higher-ups of the Carefree Travel Association, how could someone as astute as him not be able to guess the reason behind this? In the dozens of years in the negative space, he had directly come into contact with these Heaven's Choice cultivators. Unlike these 3 fellows who were all armchair strategists, he had actual experience. How could it be so easy to open a gap from these 3 cultivators? Right now, those who dared to come to the fragrant grass path were either completely ignorant stragglers or determined people. No matter which one it was, what could he get out of them? Rope them in. Don't be careless and fall into their trap again. In history, which of the women who dared to come out at such a crucial time were simple? They could not be treated as women. Only his own Shenyuan orthodoxy had the glorious tradition of eating a mouthful of food and not admitting it. Chen-ph, let them be. I'll just watch the show from behind. As they flew, nothing unexpected happened. 2 years after they set off, the fragrant grass path was right in front of them. The group also changed their battle formation and began to gather together. The fragrant grass path was an extremely wide area. If it had to be described, its size could even be compared to a slightly smaller universe. However, this universe was more narrow and long, so it was called a path. In this area, the killer grass filled the space. Its density was similar to the seaweed in the sea. From afar, it was so dense that it looked like a black nebula. The killer grass was black. The 7 people formed a circle of several hundred miles. Slug said, "Send off Yi Qianli, but we must part in the end. Although the fragrant grass path is large, there are still some inconveniences for the 7 of us to travel together. If fate wills it, I'm afraid there will be a day when we meet again." Lan Mai and the other 2 women bowed solemnly. Many thanks to fellow Taoists from Zhuxian for escorting us along the way. The so-called opportunity still depends on one's own ability and luck. Others can never replace it. Friendship is in the heart, so please take care of yourself. The 3 cultivators left very straightforwardly. It was clear that they had never thought of hugging anyone's thigh. In fact, when cultivators reached the Yuanying stage, There was no difference between men and women. They were all equally decisive and firm in their Dao heart. The four gathered together. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. I thought that at least one of you would be able to capture her heart. Just this. What a waste of an opportunity, Slug said disdainfully. The children of cultivators have their own temperaments. Do you think they are like you, wild bees and butterflies? Lu Xiaoyi was joking, but in his heart, he understood the principle of more haste, less speed. If he really wanted to get something out of them, he would still need a long time to interact with them. There was no such thing as love at first sight here. Seeing that the fragrant grass path was close, Qing Xian said in a low voice, I see that the space here is densely packed with killer grass. The space between them is extremely small. I'm afraid that not only is it a battle, it is also a great hindrance to divine senses. If we still maintain a distance from the outside, I'm afraid we will get lost. Hairlip reminded, that's not all. Although these killer grass are inanimate objects, they have a lot of magical instincts. Especially when there are so many of them. I heard from the elders in the sect that they can automatically imitate a cultivator's breath. Therefore, if we don't want to scatter, we need to stay very close to them. This is also the reason why the sect doesn't recommend large groups to come in. Chapter 11:25. As soon as the three female cultivators entered the fragrant grass path, they immediately closed the distance to 1,000 feet. In the universe, such a distance was no different from being in close proximity. Even so, Crimson Moon still frowned. Sister Lan, if there's a battle, 1,000 feet isn't safe. We'll lose each other if we move slightly. As the three of them walked through the killer grass, they immediately realized how terrifying this place was. The distance between the killer grass was usually less than 10 feet. They couldn't see the tip of the grass, nor could they see the grass roots. They were like endless ribbons with wide, fat leaves with thorns on them. They also tried to cut off a killer grass, but to the seemingly endless killer grass, it didn't seem to affect their vitality at all. They were like worms that could be cut into countless pieces and still survive. Everything in the universe, including particles, rays, and even small objects, was their food. In fact, other than grass, there was nothing else here. These killer grass seemed to have some kind of connection with each other. When one was cut down, the surrounding killer grass would immediately surround it. If they hadn't reacted quickly, who knew what would have happened? When there were hundreds of thousands of killer grass surrounding them, it wouldn't be so easy to cut them down. When they walked through the space of 10 feet, trying not to touch a single killer grass, the waves of grass rippled and transmitted information. It was as if the grass was transmitting information, just like the wind blowing through the reeds. The aura it emitted was the same as their aura, constantly changing and lasting. After rushing for a long time, the waves gradually weakened, indicating that the pursuit of the killer grass had finally come to an end. When they stopped, they found that they were already in the sea of grass and couldn't tell the direction of the stars. What the hell is this place? I didn't expect the origin world to have such a strange place, Qianzi said with lingering fear. Crimson Moon also said, the position of the stars is blurred. Because of the refraction of countless killer grass, it's basically impossible to pinpoint the exact position. We can't directly enter the negative space from here. Let's not talk about whether we can find the weaker positive and negative space walls. Just these huge amounts of killer grass will definitely harass us as soon as we gather energy. We can't be sure about the battle. I don't even know what will happen if we use spells here. The situation was indeed not good. After all, they were negative space cultivators and knew too little about the main world. They thought that since the Yuanian cultivators of the origin world had come, they would definitely come as well. However, what they didn't know was that in a sect like the 9 upper sects of Juzian, there were thousands of Yuanian in each sect, but only a few cultivators dared to come here. This in itself showed something. This was not a place where one could fish in troubled waters. Otherwise, the cultivators of the human domain near Juzian in the origin world would have already passed through here and gone to the desolate universe to gather spiritual opportunity. Big Sister Lan Mai was still calm. Don't worry, you won't be trapped here and lose your sense of direction. As long as we fly in a certain direction, this place is only the size of a small universe. We will definitely be able to get out within half a year, Crimson Moon reminded him, but we don't know if we're heading in the right direction. Maybe we can go back, maybe we will fly to the desolate sky realm, or maybe we will plunge into a dangerous astronomical phenomenon. Qianzi recovered. It's all right, it'll just take a bit more time. However, I think that the first thing we need to do is to find a suitable way to fight. Otherwise, we might not be taken advantage of by the enemy, but we will first be entangled by these killing grasses. The worst thing was that regardless of whether it was something from the outside world or one's own spiritual sense, it would be blocked, absorbed, refracted, and distorted by the countless killing grasses. What they needed to try was not only fighting, but also communicating and cooperating with each other. They needed to know which spells would have a smaller effect on the killing grasses, and which ones would have a greater effect. However, there was one point: spells within a certain range were very limited. The killing grasses were a very mysterious plant. After being attacked, they could accurately determine the source of the attack, and when the grasses came into contact with the source of the attack, they would transmit, surround, and kill the attacker. Although this speed was not as fast as a human cultivator's reaction, it was not slow either. If one was not careful, it was very normal to be trapped in the killing grasses. The three of them came from a good country and were the top talents of the Yuanying. They were very powerful, and this could be seen from the fact that they were able to handle the attacks of 5 Origin World cultivators with ease. This was the result of them not using their full strength. However, in the fragrant grass path, the enemy was not just people. It was the environment. The 3 female cultivators began their experiments in the sea of grasses. This was what most cultivators who entered the fragrant grass path for the first time were doing. After hundreds of years of cultivation, as elite Yuanying cultivators, they all knew what they should do. There were many reasons for this experiment. For example, the biggest one was how to not disturb the killing grasses. The feasibility of teleportation here. The adaptability of spells. The reaction time of the killing grasses after using spells. The influence of different Dao realms on the killing grasses. How to use the sea of grasses to simulate one's own aura. Wait, while trying, Qianzi asked a question she had always wanted to ask. Big sister, second sister, why did you break up with the 4 Juzian Taoists? It was not easy to get acquainted with the first generation of cultivators in the Origin world. Shouldn't we spend more time together and cultivate friendship? I think we can get more interesting information from them. Crimson Moon explained, in the sea of grasses, it's not suitable for a large group to move around. The 3 of us get along day and night and come from the same source. It's still quite difficult for us to work together here. If we add the 4 of them, we won't be able to work together at all if something happens. We can only look out for ourselves. Since that's the case, why do we have to care about gathering together? Lan Mai also said, playing hard to get is an ancient communication method. It sounds simple, but it's actually very profound. If you stay together all the time, people will doubt your purpose and be on guard against you. Once they are on guard, they will lose their nature. Scheming against each other will become the norm. This is not what we want. It's much more natural to separate. It's still some time before the great Tao collapses. There will be a day when we meet in the fragrant grass path. At that time, it will be more convenient to continue our previous fate. Qianzi smiled and said, what if we don't meet? Lan Mai sighed, then it means there's no fate. It's not a big deal. Crimson Moon expressed her opinion from another angle. Big sister, third sister, what do you think of the strength of the 4 Juzian Taoists? Do they deserve to be called the first generation of cultivators in the Origin world? Lan Mai was very cautious. I can't see anything just by looking at them. I deliberately sped up several times, but they were able to keep up. Although we didn't use our full strength, how can we know where their limits are? I can only say that they are definitely stronger than the 5 Taoists in Chang'o. Whether it is their cultivation or their speed, they are the foundation of a large sect. But in a comparison of cultivators' strength, this is not important. What's important is the judgment of life and death in a decisive battle. I won't deny it. Generally speaking, in this aspect, the cultivators of the origin world may not be as good as us Heaven's Choice cultivators. They are still living too comfortably. Chapter 11:26. Qianzi was even more direct. 3 out of the 4 of them are on par with us in terms of cultivation. We have to admit that the first batch of cultivators in the universe have some solid foundations. It's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. The last one is the weaker one. When Big Sister sped up, I saw that he almost fell out of the group several times. His cultivation is only at the mid-stage. If these are the so-called best Yuanying that Juzian mentioned, then I don't think they're that great. We also have senior brothers Xiaoyuan and Tengchong. With their strength, I don't think there's anyone in the origin world who can block one of their attacks. They're not going the same way as us, and we don't know where they are now. Lan Mai reminded her, third sister, remember not to mention them in the future, and don't act like you know them. They're only here to help us, the heaven-chosen cultivators, obtain the Tao fragments. They might have a conflict with the cultivators of the origin world. If their identities are exposed, it'll be a disaster for us. After all, in terms of numbers, we're far less than the cultivators of the origin world. The 3 girls disappeared into the sea of grass as they tried. Juzian's group of 4 was not as resolute as the 3 girls. They stopped outside the sea of fragrant grass, and did not charge in carelessly. They were all cunning old foxes, and were very cunning. There weren't only the 4 of them outside the sea of grass. There were actually traces of other cultivators. There were even 2 familiar faces, the 2 Yuanying cultivators from Tai Xian. Qing Xian asked, senior brothers, have you been here for a while? Why don't you go in? The 2 Tai Xian Yuanying cultivators were honest. One of them smiled and said, we're not going in, we're going back. The fragrant grass path has changed. We don't know where the change is, so we might as well not go in. They asked, and one of the Tai Xian cultivators explained, the distance between the killing grass in the fragrant grass path has always been maintained at about 10 feet. It hasn't changed for tens of thousands of years. But according to the senior brothers who went in, the distance between the grass has reached 10 feet. You know that such a dense environment isn't good for us cultivators, so we have to be careful everywhere. Both of our martial arts are focused on area of effect, which is especially limited in this kind of place. Therefore, we have no choice but to withdraw. The 2 supreme profound cultivators spoke with confidence, and Lu Xiaoyi's group of 4 also took it for granted. There was nothing strange about it. Bravely moving forward was a kind of attitude, and bravely retreating was also a kind of attitude. How could there be a difference between the 2? Not giving up was a Tao heart, and knowing one's own limitations was also a Tao heart. The choice was up to the individual, but one could not naively assume that these 2 were cowards and coward. No wonder there were many cultivators loitering outside the fragrant grass path, looking like they had nothing to do. It seemed like they were also weighing their own options. No one would persuade anyone else. This was their own choice. After the 2 supreme profundity cultivators left, Slug frowned. There's such a change. Looks like it happened not long ago, otherwise, there's no way I wouldn't know. So, what do you think? Qing Xian did not hesitate. Seeing is believing. Let's go in and take a look before coming to a conclusion. Rabbit Lip agreed, even if there's danger, isn't it too unreasonable to leave without going in? Slug looked at Lu Xiaoyi. One ear. Lu Xiaoyi turned and left. Running away in the face of danger is also a kind of quality. Slug shouted, One ear. Can you stop joking around endlessly? Lu Xiaoyi turned around and pinched his hands together, creating a terrible flame. He said fiercely, how about burning the sea of grass? The 4 entered the fragrant grass path. Their encounter was the same as the 3 female cultivators after they parted ways. Of course, their response was also the same. The only difference was that their attempts were more intense. Lu Xiaoyi irresponsibly threw his little flame at the killer grass next to him. He found that this kind of damage didn't seem to affect the killer grass at all. Slug on the side mocked, what a great magic cultivator, it's as if it's not, it's as if it's real, let me take a look. Is it okay on the surface, but is it burned on the inside? Lu Xiaoyi was a little embarrassed. He raised his hand and cut the killer grass that didn't give him any face into two. The waves of grass moved and rushed towards him. Not only the killer grass that was cut in two, but the surrounding killer grass also felt the malice. The four of them rushed forward. Slug scolded as he flew, one ear. If you want to be buried here, don't drag the people around you down with you. As he ran, he impatiently cut down the killer grass that was coming towards him, even if the grass target wasn't him. He cut down a large number of them. Rabbit Lip followed behind and scolded, "This is the consequence of being with a lunatic. Either you go crazy or you die." With a cutting technique, a large number of killer grass were cut into pieces. Qing Xian didn't say anything, but in fact, the number of killer grass that was cut in his hands was more than anyone else. In the blink of an eye, the four people who had a strong desire to destroy had caused great damage to the sea of grass. They were unscrupulous. This was not a joke, nor was it brainless. They were also trying. The difference between them and Kuan Xiu was that they wanted to know the limit of the sea of grass's reaction to large-scale damage. This was a display of confidence. It was different from the gentle and refined appearance of Lan Mai and the other two. Only by doing this could they know the extent of the cultivators here. If they didn't try one by one, it would be meaningless. As for the danger, if there was danger just like that, they might as well just retreat. In future battles, they might not only have killer grass as their opponent, but there would also be attacks from other cultivators. When people faced with danger and death, they would have the madness to drag their opponents down with them. What they wanted to find out was, what kind of pressure could they withstand in the sea of grass? From cutting down a single killer grass, it quickly became a large number of killer grass. The area of effect spells were unrestrained, and the flying swords were unrestrained. Soon, with them as the center, the sea of grass fluctuated violently, layer upon layer, madly rolling towards them. The movement was so big that it could be felt from tens of thousands of miles away. The other cultivators who were traversing the sea of grass were all cursing. The shard of Tao had not appeared yet, and these few idiots had already started fighting. What was the point? But no one thought that all these changes were just four crazy guys testing the limit of the pressure of the sea of grass. Lu Xiaoyi's sword gleam was tens of thousands, cutting down all the killer grass in one direction. Under his sword gleam, every killer grass was cut more than once, and there were even some that were cut into tens of thousands of pieces. But even such a destructive attack was not enough to kill the killer grass. Not a single killer grass had truly disappeared. Broken into countless pieces, they swayed and reconnected. The spells were directly destroyed, but because the killer grass was infinitely long, what was destroyed was only a part of it. At this time, some things were more or less understood. Qing Xian sighed. The wind is tight. Nonsense. Chapter 11:27. The four of them no longer destroyed the grass, but focused on escaping. Without using a single sword or a single technique, this was the ability to quickly pass through the waves of grass that were pressing in from all direction. The distribution of the killer grass was irregular. They had to pass through the grass waves at a distance of about 10 feet. They had to be faster than the grass waves, without touching or violently opening a path. They were like butterflies flying through flowers. Under such pressure, the joking competition between the four of them in the void of the universe seemed like a game. Only now did each of them show their true skills. There was never a straight line. It was always in a kind of micro-adjustment during the escape. It was like an irregular zigzag line that was controlled within 10 feet. It tested the four of them's fine control ability to the greatest limit. Under such circumstances, the difference between them was slowly becoming clear. As a swordsman who spent almost his entire life on swordsmanship and running, Lu Xiaoyi's Tila was useless here. To him, a slight push from the stars was enough for him to dash hundreds or thousands of miles away. Qing Xian's penetrating the rainbow and yin-yang Tiangang steps were equally awkward. Within 10 feet, there was no rainbow. There was no space to form a rainbow here. It was more like a fart. Yin-yang Tiangang steps was used for defense, its speed was limited. Hairlip's secret escape technique was to measure the space between his fingers and palms. However, before he could measure the space, he had to change direction when he encountered the killer grass below. Hence, he gave up on using it. Needless to say, Slug's Z-way navigation relied heavily on the base star. There were more than 1 trillion killer grass around here. The positioning of the stars had been distorted countless times here. How could he still have the merit of navigating? The 4 of them chose the same method at the same time. It was the most basic, the simplest, and the most instinctive movement of a cultivator. It was not only them, all the cultivators who entered the path of fragrant grass had chosen this basic movement without exception. It was not only a competition of the depth of the mana, but it was also more inclined towards the burst of pulses. Most importantly, the perfect combination of the spiritual power and the mana was always in a kind of change. It was not a big angle deviation, but a small angle left and right. Running like this, Slug was at the front, Hairlip was almost neck to neck with him, and Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian were following closely behind. It did not mean that the one who was at the front was the strongest. On the contrary, it was precisely because the Slug's speed was the slowest in this environment that he could only be at the front. If it were Lu Xiaoyi or Qing Xian leading the way, it would not take long for the people behind to be unable to catch up. Unless you started to break the killer grass, then the grass wave would track you down. Getting rid of it would be a joke. The Slug couldn't complain anymore. Right now, other than using everything he had to get away from the waves of grass as quickly as possible, everything else he did would just be humiliating himself. He had thought that after hundreds of years of cultivation, even if he did not dare to claim that he was the best of the 4, he was still one of the stronger 2. Other than the freakish one ear, he was confident that he could beat the other 2. But now, from the looks of it, he was only on par with his old friend, Hairlip. One of his ears was so powerful that it made others despair. Mourning clothes usually kept a low profile and did not reveal his strength, but when he saw the real thing, he immediately exposed his deep foundation. What he didn't know was that the other 2 actually had the time to interact with each other. If we stir up all the killer grass in the fragrant grass path, how many of us do you think will be able to get out alive? Lu Xiaoyi was very curious about this. Qing Xian was disdainful. Lie down on the ground. Don't move or run. How many of us do you think will die? Moreover, the fragrant grass path covers a huge area, comparable to a part of the universe. How long would it take for you to run a full circle? Under this kind of environment and speed, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Come on, can you not always look at cultivation from the perspective of Xuanyuan's fighting style? Cultivation is actually more about other aspects, the pursuit of Tao. It is not about the satisfaction of killing. Killing is just a means, not the goal. You have to thank me. If it was someone else, I would be too lazy to say these things. Lu Xiaoyi chuckled. How could he not understand these things? He was just extremely bored. Waiting in this kind of place is like playing hide and seek. I hope that the Tao will collapse soon. I don't like this place. When I was young, I went into the water to fish, and the shadow left behind was being entangled by countless aquatic plant. Qing Xian felt the same, but the killer grass here was even more terrifying. It was fat and wide like a human body, limitless in length, without a root or a top. If you cut it, the broken part would be the root and the top. I estimate that if more than 1,000 of them are entangled, we will be wrapped up like rice dumplings. We won't be able to break free. This is the limit. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. The 1,000 stalks on top of the straw were dynamic bundles. Based on their speed of killing and the density of the sea of grass, once they were wrapped up by 1,000 stalks of grass, it didn't mean that they couldn't cut through 1,000 stalks at the same time. Instead, when they cut through 1,000 stalks, more would surround them. The mana of a cultivator was ultimately limited, but the sea of grass here was limitless. They wouldn't really die. In the end, the cultivators who were wrapped up would be entangled to death. The barbs on the grass would pierce into their bodies and suck them dry. No, there wouldn't even be a dry person left, even their hair would be sucked dry. This was how the killer grass killed people. Although the power of a single stalk of grass was limited, they had the advantage of being endless. Enough ants could bite an elephant to death. As they ran, the waves of the sea of grass gradually decreased. The peak of the waves still couldn't catch up with the four of them. In fact, this also meant that this was the limit of the sensing speed of the killer grass. Lu Xiaoyi and Qing Xian understood that this result meant that they could fight and run in a fierce battle at the same time, and they might still have some energy left. However, this might not be the case for Slug and Harelip. Wandering on the edge of danger depended on whether the direction of escape was correct, the way the opponent blocked them, whether they were injured, and whether others secretly attacked them. Slug and Harelip also understood this point, so they were a little depressed. Before they came, they knew from the elders that the distance between the killer grass was only a few feet. For top Yuanying like them, it was nothing. However, now that the distance between the killer grass had shrunk to 10 feet, the difficulty had increased by more than a few times. This made the two of them have to consider too many factors in their actions. They couldn't be as unscrupulous and unrestrained as they had imagined. 10 days later, the waves of grass behind them finally calmed down. The four of them didn't get separated because the two guys behind them were unexpectedly strong. This was just a run without an opponent. If they were in a battle and had an opponent to fight, how could they advance and retreat as they wished? At that time, it was almost inevitable that they would run away. Only after experiencing all this did they completely understand why the elders didn't recommend them to form a big team. In this place, no matter how big the team was, it would be torn apart by the sea of grass. No matter how many people there were, could they be more numerous than the killer grass? Chapter 11:28. The four of them floated in the sea of grass. To each of them, without exception, they had lost their sense of direction. After all their senses had been refracted and absorbed by the billions of killer grass, what was left of them? While resting and recovering, Slug asked Lu Xiaoyi, "I've always been curious. Where did you learn all these skills? Carefree travel doesn't have this ability. I know them very well. Your original sword vein's rainbow color is even worse. Can a person be born with this knowledge?" "I don't believe it." Lu Xiaoyi sighed. "You shouldn't be asking these questions. You've endured for so long, can't you continue to endure?" Slug's interest was waning, but he persevered even more. He had originally thought that the gap between the two of them was very small, but as he ran, he realized that his previous estimation was a little too optimistic as he used the most basic combination of magic power and soul power. "I don't want to endure anymore. I'm afraid that if I continue to endure, I won't even have the right to ask you questions in the future." Lu Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. "Am I such a snobbish person? I can't tell you the specifics of my background. Before I confess to the sect's ancestor, this is the basic rule. You know that. However, it's true that I'm not from Juzian. I'm from a very distant realm in the universe. I came here for a special reason to make a living in carefree travel." Slug was very interested. As a friend, he had long felt that there was something wrong with this guy. However, he did not want to think too deeply about it. He was afraid that he would lose his friend if he thought too much. However, today, when some things became more and more obvious, he did not want to restrain himself anymore. "How far is it?" "It's so far that with our cultivation level, we might have to run for a lifetime. I understand that you don't want to say its name because you want to know. Is it very powerful?" Slug had many questions. "It's very powerful. Just like how you all think that the upper realm of Juzian is the strongest realm in the universe, I'm also very confident in my own realm." Lu Xiaoyi was very sure. "It's bigger than Juzian?" Slug thought so. "No, it's probably only half the size of Juzian." Lu Xiaoyi told the truth. There was nothing to hide. If he wanted to keep his friend, he had already planned to tell Bai Mai the truth. In that case, why should he keep his friend in the dark? "Oh, that is to say, you think that the cultivators from your realm are stronger than Juzian? Based on your hearing ability, it does make sense. Tell me the truth. Are there many cultivators like you in your world?" Lu Xiaoyi shook his head modestly. "Where I come from, people like me are as common as carps crossing the river." Slug was very dissatisfied. "Speak human language. If there really is such a realm, will there still be room for other cultivation worlds to survive? Lu Xiaoyi knew that he couldn't lie to him. To tell you the truth, I was also the eldest senior brother back in the sect. Countless senior and junior sisters wanted to throw themselves at him. If I wanted to drink tea, there would be someone to brew it for me. If I wanted to drink wine, there would be someone to pour it for me. As long as I swept my eyes over them, they would even have to prepare dishes for me. Unlike here, after talking for so long, there's not even a fart. You don't even have a sense of judgment. Slug glared and was about to retort out of habit, but after thinking for a while, he took out a flagon of wine from his storage ring, a smoked chicken, half a piece of soy sauce duck, and a full cup for his eldest senior brother. Lu Xiaoyi frowned. Can't you say something nice? For example, senior brother is wise and powerful, will last for thousands of years, and will unify the cultivation world. Seeing that Slug was about to explode, he stopped joking. On the whole, it's better, mainly in terms of the will to fight. Life in Juzian is too comfortable. As long as you don't want to fight, you definitely have the choice to avoid fighting. Where we come from, you can't avoid fighting. Slug relaxed a little. I heard you say Juzian. Does that mean you agree with this place? At the very least, we won't become enemies. I'm really worried about becoming enemies with a swordsman like you, and that includes the terrifying sword vein behind you. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh. You and I won't be enemies. Unless you want to collect debts from me, but Juzian isn't a whole. You understand that, right? Slug nodded. Of course I understand. I'm not so naive as to want to protect all the sects in Juzian. I just want to do something for Juzian's Taoist. Lu Xiaoyi snorted. Speaking of which, your orthodox Taoists have never been interested in the sword vein. I'm not wrong about that, am I? Slug was very serious. This is a habit of some Taoist. I can't influence others, but I can decide for myself. I won't maliciously target the sword vein. Lu Xiaoyi waved his hand. Forget it. Let's wait until you become the ancestor of Qingwei before we talk about this. When that time comes, it'll be good enough if we can even nod our heads. In this cultivation world, who can say for sure? Slug still had a lot of questions. He also knew that after he asked these questions, although he would still be friends with this guy in the future, it would probably be impossible to change who was boss and who was second in command. Even so, he still couldn't restrain the strong curiosity in his heart. I'm guessing that you and Sang Yi came from the same place. Lu Xiaoyi warned him. I won't say anything about other people. This is my last answer to your question. That's right, we came from the same place. We fell into a space crack for the same reason and were pulled here. Don't think that we came to Juzian as spies. We were so far away, and without those young spirit cultivators from Juzian behind us, how do you think we two Jindan could find such an exit? Slug chuckled. When Sang Yi said that he came through a space crack, I roughly knew what was going on. It was indeed the work of those young spirit cultivators. I also occasionally heard the elders talk about it. As for the purpose, I'm not qualified to know yet, but it probably has something to do with fate. But there's one thing you have to understand. The original purpose was the original one, but now it's different from then. After the collapse of the Great Tao, many things have changed. You have to pay attention to this. Even if it was the Sun God, they would not have expected the subsequent changes to be so great. Therefore, some of the previous arrangements seemed a little inappropriate. What used to be important has become unimportant. What used to be unimportant has become critical. What used to be insignificant has become deadly. Lu Xiaoyi nodded. Yes. All of our cultivation arrangements have changed because of this. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Individual cultivators are like this, let alone sects, regions, and orthodoxies. Lu Xiaoyi felt a little emotional and changed the topic. What do you think of those heaven's chosen women? I think you deliberately let them go because you want to use a long line to catch mermaids. Chapter 1129. Snot snorted. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I have countless Taoist companions in my life, but I hate this kind of palace dress the most. Hypocrites. Pretending to be virtuous. Opinionated. They think that men should revolve around them and give everything to them. The more natural it is, the more suspicious it is. Isn't it just a chance to meet in the future on the fragrant grass path? Well, I'll give them such a chance. Let's see who will be the one to fish out the real thing in the end. Lu Xiaoyi laughed. Aren't you afraid that the two of them will be fooled? Snot snorted. Don't talk to me about this. You're talking as if there's a good person among the four of us. You're familiar with mourning clothes. He can stay in Juzian for hundreds of years without leaking anything. How can he be fooled like this? Don't look at his gentle appearance. In fact, he's like an iron gourd. He can't bloom. Do you think I don't know about hair lips? He's even more ruthless than me. The cultivators of the Primeval era are all like that. They care about themselves the most, but they don't have feelings. If they do, they're just pretending to deceive others. And one of your ears. You live as if it's the simplest. Actually, I know that you're a freeloader. You're not a plaything at all. Lu Xiaoyi's words went in one ear and out the other. He was a little dissatisfied. When did his reputation become like this? What's the change in Buddhism recently? I haven't been in the main world recently, so I haven't paid attention to their movements. Isn't it a little too quiet? Snot thought for a moment. It's been like this for hundreds of years. Since the collapse of merit, the 10,000 Buddhas and bitter meditation have been silent. They're not as aggressive as before. This is indeed a little strange. Martial uncles said that this is Buddhism accumulating strength. It's the stage of concealing their strength before making a move, but we don't know what their purpose is. Maybe the young gods have sensed something? That's not something we can come into contact with at our level. Lu Xiaoyi was very dissatisfied. There has to be a direction, right? In any case, there are several Taoist sects here. Can't you see it at all? Snot glared at him. Don't forget that you're also a member of the Taoist sect. Even you don't know about it, and the other sects must know. However, the martial uncles felt that it was somewhere far away, very far away. It should be out of the range of the dozens of universes around the Juzian upper realm. I think that should be the case, otherwise, the 7 Tao sects would not agree. 2 Buddhist sects are far from enough to cause trouble near Juzian. Lu Xiaoyi smiled. Far away? That really has nothing to do with us. Even if there is, there may not be a place for us to contribute. Speaking of which, are any of the 7 schools of Taoism willing to see Buddhism develop and grow? Slug chuckled. That's right. Not dragging him down was already giving him a lot of face. Moreover, I suspect that this hindrance has already been arranged. Our ancestors are all very sinister. Juzian's structure is that Tao is strong and Buddhism is weak. Tao is great and Buddhism is small. This is the fundamental principle that trumps everything. It will never change. Lu Xiaoyi looked into the distance. There were no stars there, only an endless sea of grass. After looking at it for a long time, he felt dizzy. Could it be a 5-ring soul master? Or Qing Kong? If it was just Buddhism's strength, it seemed to be a little weak. Where would their help come from? Was it like the Yang Dingtian domain, where the 5th ring had plundered their strength? Or did it include a portion of the strength of the heaven's chosen cultivators? The problem was, how could they control such strength with just the 10,000 Buddhas and bitter meditation? It would be dangerous to pull a small horse or a large cart. Also, how would they solve the problem of movement? Such a long distance, a distance that he could not return to even now, how could an army of cultivators overcome it? If they had to march for a few hundred years to attack a domain, it was basically unimaginable. Perhaps before they even arrived, their hearts would be scattered. Or perhaps, they had a method of universe transition that he did not know of. This was very possible. After all, he was still a Yuaniing, and there were too many cultivation methods that were still secrets to him. Was the 5th ring Qing Kong really prepared? Just like what Martial Uncle Mi said? Had they considered the problem of the heaven's chosen cultivators? In terms of numbers, even if the fifth ring and Juzian were combined, they would not even be 20% of the Heaven's Chosen Continent's overall strength, right? Of course, it was hard to imagine that the Heaven's Chosen cultivators were working together, because if that was the case, it meant that the Heaven's Chosen cultivators were on opposite sides of the world. The Heaven's Chosen cultivators were not that stupid. Even if the Heaven's Chosen cultivators only sent out 10% or 20%, it was enough to make the fifth ring cultivators suffer. Needless to say, Qing Kong had no reason to resist. Lu Xiaoyi was a little hesitant. Should he make a trip to the Heaven's Chosen Continent in the negative space? He had the confidence to do so, with the identification left by the three virtues, and the cover of the swordsman from the Heaven's Chosen cultivators. Speaking of which, Huang Nian, the swordsman with two swords, also did not make a move. He was a little regretful that he had placed this guy too far away, and now he could not take it back even if he wanted to. Lu Xiaoyi realized that he really wanted to not worry like what Marshal Uncle Mi said, but when it came to it, he had no choice but to worry. He had obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he did not like anything that exceeded his expectations, but in the end, he still forced himself to calm down, and set a goal for himself, true monarch. The Buddhist scheme, the ambition of the Heaven's Chosen cultivators, the victims who had been robbed by the fifth ring cultivators, and the Juzian Taoists who were watching the show from the sidelines. All of these, together with the collapse of the Great Tao, formed an intricate and complicated chess game, and now, he was not even a chess piece in this chess game. True monarch. He warned himself that once he became a true monarch, he would definitely not wait passively like this. The four of them slowly floated in the fragrant grass path, not touching the killer grass again. Waiting for the Great Tao fragment required time, and even if the true monarchs had predicted it, the time window would not precisely be 10 years. They could only say that there were signs, and after a few years, all that was left was the Yuanian group waiting here. How many cultivators had entered the fragrant grass path? Don't know. How many Heaven's Chosen cultivators had come? Don't know. How many of the monks had participated? Don't know. This was very much like cultivation. The future was a path that would never be known. If you knew, then it would not be called a path. Lu Xiaoyi calmed down, and at the same time as he swallowed the spiritual opportunity with all his might, he began to study the killer grass. This was because he knew that if he wanted to gain something here, he could not rely on luck alone, and with his strength, he was still far from being able to do whatever he wanted here. In his opinion, the most likely way to solve this problem was the natives of this place, the sea of grass that had existed for millions of years. The sea of grass had been studied by human cultivators for countless years, but there was still no definite explanation. It was not that Lu Xiaoyi believed himself to be infallible and felt that he was more brilliant than the virtuous paragons of the previous generation. He knew his own limitations, and the reason why he still had confidence was because he had something that no one else had. He had once possessed a natural, multicolored ball of destiny. Although this thing was gone now, his sparrow palace was still multicolored. Would this give him a certain ability to communicate with the killer grass? He was looking forward to it. Chapter 1130. Lu Xiaoyi tried to use his spiritual mind on a blade of the killer grass. All of a sudden, he felt like a loach being pulled into a swamp. Fortunately, he was prepared and made a prompt decision to cut off his tail in order to survive, and he decisively cut off the divine sense that stretched in, allowing him to avoid the danger of his entire soul being pulled into this bottomless pit. In fact, there was a hint in the ancient books of the elders before he came here. Although the spiritual power of a blade of killer grass was limited, if it was a sea of killer grass, it took time for the waves of the sea of killer grass to spread, which gave him the chance to cut off his tail. If all the killer grass in the fragrant grass path worked together, even thousands of Lu Xiaoyi would be sucked dry. They wouldn't even give him the chance to cut off his tail. But he would still try. This was the character of a cultivator. If he didn't try it himself, he would be skeptical. He had to try it himself to understand the strength of the attraction. The answer was that they were not on the same level at all. Previously, the four of them tried it with their supernatural powers. Now, they tried it with their divine soul, but the result was the same. The only thing left was to use the mysterious power. This was not only him, but also the other 3 cultivators and all the other cultivators who came here. People who cultivated to the level of Yuaniing had their own way of doing things. The only difference was that everyone's mysterious power was different. Therefore, the result might be different. Most of the cultivators would return empty-handed, but there must be a few who were special and would get their own special feeling. Was Lu Xiaoyi's luck that special? Not long after he formed his essence, he got this ability on the whirling star. Basically, he had never used it. But now, it was time to try it. Of course, the killer grass belonged to the nature of the universe. These big leaves with infinite vitality floated in the void of the universe without any roots. Every part of the leaves could absorb energy. Therefore, cutting them off was not the way to destroy them. The plants in the bounded domain would die when they were cut off because they could no longer get nutrients from their roots. People would die when their heads were cut off because they lost the blood supply from their hearts. But if it was like the killer grass, every part of the leaves could absorb energy. They were all roots and hearts. There was no other way to destroy them except to turn them into nothingness. Why destroy it? Controlling the colors in the peacock god, he once again slowly communicated with the killer grass. During this process, he tried his best to be as careful as possible so as not to disturb these sensitive plants. The result was both good and bad. The killer grass no longer crazily absorbed the energy, but it had no intention of touching it. Lu Xiaoyi realized that what he had done was not enough. He had a body that had been reconstructed by the small universe and a colorful vision of providence. Now, he was still lacking something. Creation Tao realm. He could understand the Tao realm of the Sea of Grass. Thanks to the entry-level understanding of the various innate Taos when he was in the nascent soul realm, he could always find a suitable Tao state to come into contact with the unknown. He didn't want to control the Sea of Grass, he just wanted to turn them into his eyes and ears. Only in this way would he be able to find out at the first possible moment when the Grand Tao fragment fell into the Sea of Grass, and not foolishly try his luck. Before he succeeded, the slug had already made a decision. Let's go our separate ways. The other 3 were silent and didn't know what to say. The slug's decision was based on a cultivator's intuition. It was also a choice that a truly ambitious cultivator had to make. To rely on a powerful companion in the team, or to go out alone to pursue one's own path, this was a problem. If it were Lu Xiaoyi, if he was in such a weak situation, he would also choose to leave alone. There were too many things involved in this. There was pride, the Taoist heart, and also the unavoidable problem of making a choice when the shard of the Great Way fell. Who should get it? Who should give it up? Could it be divided according to strength? Could it be divided according to friendship? Could it be arranged according to order? In fact, this was a choice that all cultivators who came in teams had to face. Those who dared to come here were all proud and arrogant. They were all extremely confident. They all thought that they were the only one. The more they were like this, the more they would make a choice that was responsible for themselves in such an environment. They would neither rely on others nor be dragged down by their companions. This sounded cruel, but it was an iron law in cultivation. If you didn't understand this iron law, it meant that you didn't have the qualifications to continue cultivating. The friendship in the cultivation world was definitely not the friendship of Kong Rong giving up a pear. When an opportunity was placed in front of everyone, who could say for sure whose opportunity it would be? Whose luck? If you give it up, the biggest possibility is that the heavenly Tao won't favor you anymore. The slug didn't wait for his friends to answer. He was very sure that he was only the first to start. Even if he didn't, there would be others. However, he was the one who initiated this activity, so it was more appropriate for him to start. No one needed to agree. Everyone understood. He left quietly. When he passed by Lu Xiaoyi, he didn't forget to exasperate him for not becoming steel. Hurry up. This cultivation of yours is really making people anxious. Every time we climb up, we're afraid that you won't be able to keep up. Don't think that you're so great that you can always catch the last bus. Qing Xian was the second to leave. She left silently. When the slug opened his mouth, they all knew the inevitable result. This wasn't a choice for humans. Cultivation forced humans to split up and merge, never stopping. The last to leave was Hairlip. He seemed to have realized what Lu Xiaoyi was doing and reminded him, the killing grass doesn't have spiritual intelligence, and it doesn't have preferences. When your communication is effective, you have to remember that there may be others who will notice you. Lu Xiaoyi didn't move. According to the most basic rules of the cultivation world, the last to stay was often the strongest that everyone agreed on. It seemed that not only the slug, but Qing Xian and Hairlip also agreed on this point. However, this didn't bring him any joy. There was too much helplessness in cultivation. When could he no longer be tortured by such feelings? Then his state of mind could be considered complete, right? He'd rather never be complete. He closed his eyes and continued to work hard. In fact, everyone was working hard, and the three companions also had their own abilities. In this sea of grass, there were many geniuses from dozens of nearby universes, including the dragon crossing the river of heaven's choice. On such a stage, how far could he go? He stretched out his hand and slowly touched the killing grass. Then, he didn't dodge and let the killing grass roll over and wrap around his body. Following that, the surrounding killing grass also slowly wrapped around him. Compared to before, the only difference was that they seemed to be more hesitant, slower, more uncertain. When hundreds of killing grass rolled him into a huge dumpling that couldn't be seen at all, the surrounding killing grass finally stopped surrounding him and temporarily reached a kind of balance. Fortunately, if there were more than hundreds of killing grass, he would have to cut the grass and run away. This was a good start. Chapter 1131. The huge grassland path and the huge sea of grass slowly fell into silence. It was as if there were countless monsters hiding in the grass, waiting for something they were interested in to drop. Now, even if there were some cultivators who had conflicts with each other, everyone tacitly chose to turn a blind eye to it. Now was not the time to fight. This was common knowledge. Most of the cultivators chose a position and waited quietly. However, there were a few who chose to keep moving. They didn't move in circles, but rather, they moved in a certain direction to estimate their approximate position in the grassland path. The three women in palace robes were also moving. They chose a direction and remained steadfast. They had been flying in the sea of grass for several years. Because their speed was greatly limited in the sea of grass, they would normally only need a year to fly out of the fragrant grass path, but now they would need several times more time to fly out. Fortunately, after entering the grassland path, they didn't encounter any special danger. The cultivators were polite to each other and the grassland path was unusually quiet, which created a false impression for them. Qianzi was puzzled. Big sister, second sister, they all say that the grassland path is a dangerous place, but we didn't notice it after entering. Except for man-made disasters, the grassland path is very quiet. As long as we don't excessively stimulate the grassland path, it seems to be very safe whether we pass through or stop. Lan Mai was very serious. You can't think like that. The grassland path is dangerous because it's unpredictable. Most of the time, it's calm, but the grassland path can appear at any time. As long as there's a slight combination of external and internal factors, a violent grassland wave will form in a part of the grassland path. There's nowhere to run unless you're lucky and can rush out of the grassland path. Crimson Moon also said, I think I've seen such a description in the ancient books about the grassland path. It's about large-scale storms in the grassland path. Generally speaking, if there are small waves in a part of the grassland path, it usually indicates that there won't be a large-scale grassland wave. However, if the grassland path is calm, it's more likely for a large-scale grassland storm to occur. So, third sister, the grassland path is quiet now, but it doesn't mean that it'll stay quiet forever. It often indicates that something is brewing. Fragrant grass path grass storm referred to the phenomenon of a part or all of the grass going berserk at the same time under the influence of some external factors, due to the power contained in the disorderly ripples within the grass sea. There were many causes, such as the eruption of a star in the nearby universe, a drastic change in the weather, or of course, a large-scale battle between humans. When the killer grass was in this state, the killer grass wouldn't be quietly hanging in the air like now. Instead, they would vibrate vertically with their bodies as the axis, resembling trillions of strings that would vibrate at any time and place. This meant that the distance between the killer grass was no longer 10 feet, but rather, it was more likely to change back and forth between 10 feet and 0. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for a cultivator to safely pass through. This had nothing to do with speed. Even if one stood still, they would still have to constantly change their position to avoid the strings of the killer grass. In other words, contact was unavoidable. The entanglement of the sea of grass was unavoidable. The only difference was the extent to which the cultivator could maintain this balance and not expand the strength of the entanglement under the pursuit of the waves of the sea of grass. The reason why the cultivators of the origin world turned pale when they talked about the grassland path was because of the grassland storm. Those with weaker abilities wouldn't be able to survive in such an environment. However, this place was filled with the most powerful Yuaniing in the nearby dozens of universes. Since they dared to come here, they definitely had the means to deal with it. If they came and died, they didn't deserve any sympathy, because it was their own choice. According to the speculations of the true monarchs, if there were fragments of the great Tao that had collapsed, if it was a massacre or destruction, then it was very likely that they would be attracted to this place. Great risks also meant great benefit. Searching for fragments here was much more efficient than staying in the outside world and purely relying on luck. The three of them were the few cultivators who had entered the fragrant grass path and still acted together after several years. There were many reasons for this. They were like sisters, and they were all chosen by the heavens. It made sense for them to choose to stick together in an unfamiliar environment. In the past few years, they had met other cultivators several times, but they all passed by in a hurry and didn't disturb each other. In this place, beauty wouldn't bring them extra trouble, because no one came here to find a Tao companion. On the contrary, because of the extreme lack of Kuan cultivators, it meant that they were especially dangerous. After entering the fragrant grass path for 5 years, for the first time, the killer grass began to become sparse, and the distance between them increased from a few feet to several feet. This also meant that they had arrived at the edge of the fragrant grass path. However, they didn't know which edge it was. Because the killer grass became sparse, their speed also became much faster. A month later, there was an increasingly obvious irregular wave of information in front of them. Lan my side. They, who had been in the void of the universe for a long time, knew very well what this aura represented. Our luck isn't too good. We still went the wrong way. This is the black magnetic deep field heavenly phenomenon, a hurdle that even true monarchs can't pass. The three sisters had already expected this, so they weren't very disappointed. They were originally exploring the path, and they didn't expect to find the right way back in one go. Moreover, even if they did find it, once the Grand Tao fragment appeared, the fight for it would definitely be chaotic. Whether it was chasing or fleeing, changing directions back and forth would cause them to lose their sense of direction, so there wasn't much difference. The three of them confirmed the black magnetic deep field heavenly phenomenon, and after careful planning, they chose another path forward and continued flying. Crimson Moon suddenly had an idea. Big sister, third sister, I suddenly thought, if we keep flying around the edge of the sea of grass, wouldn't it be much safer? Lan Mai smiled bitterly and shook her head. Did we come here for safety? If we really want to be safe, staying in the Heaven's Choice Tao tablet is the safest. Moreover, judging from the strength of the killing aura in the sea of grass, if there are different numbers of Grand Tao fragments, they will definitely appear in the center of the sea of grass. This is the natural choice of the fragment. In other words, the chances of you intercepting the fragments at the periphery of the sea of grass may not be as good as staying in the normal space outside. Qianzi also smiled sweetly. Second sister, you're thinking too much. Let's not talk about the Grand Tao fragments. Just based on the safety of the sea of grass, I'm afraid it's not a good idea to stay in the periphery. The reason why the sea of grass is called a path is because it's narrow at both ends and long in the middle. In such a spatial location, If a storm occurs in the sea of grass, where will we hide? For example, right now, one side is the depths of the sea of grass, and the other side is the black magnetic deep field heavenly phenomenon. The three of them fell silent. With such a spatial shape, it was no wonder that the cultivators of the origin world stayed in the depths of the sea of grass, rarely coming out to explore. It was completely meaningless. But what was meaningful? Waiting for rabbits to appear. Not necessarily, right? Chapter 1132. On the way back, they flew for a few more years and were already deep in the sea of grass. Now that they were familiar with the sea of grass, they felt a sense of unease. Maybe the sea of grass is about to rise. Crimson Moon murmured. Lanmai reminded them again, everyone, be careful. Since we're here, we all know what we're going to face. Once there's a change, whether it's the sea of grass, the battle between cultivators, or the fight for the fragments, we might get separated in the sea of grass. This was originally a part of this adventure. Look at those cultivators from the origin world. They're basically waiting alone. In fact, they've already expected this. Remember, once there's a change, prioritize your own safety. Don't force yourself to gather. Our only gathering point is outside the fragrant grass trail, where we came in. The restlessness became more and more obvious. All the cultivators in the fragrant grass trail could feel it. They were all silently preparing, wondering what the scale of this sea of grass would be. How many unlucky people would it take away? But no one retreated. This was a game for the brave. On the 9th year after they entered the fragrant grass trail, a planet outside the fragrant grass trail suddenly collapsed. The resulting impact could be felt by the entire fragrant grass trail, but the sea of grass felt it the most. A huge whirlpool formed in the center of the sea of grass and gradually spread. In the past, this might have been a small storm. But under the continuous stimulation of the energy released by the collapsing planet, the scale of the sea of grass began to expand and become more and more intense. It was developing in the direction of an all-encompassing storm. Almost every cultivator could feel the change. They were nervous and prepared, judging the direction of the sea of grass and their choice of escape. This was a big reshuffle, survival of the fittest. It was always a good thing to have fewer people. The probability of dividing things was higher. Everyone, calm down. There's nothing special. We've seen more dangerous astronomical phenomena, and you also know that the strength of the origin world's cultivators is very average. The people of Chang'o who once provoked us are not worth mentioning. The cultivators of Juzian's #1 world are also mediocre. Even if we split up, we're still the most competitive part of the sea of grass. This was both encouragement and the truth. Who said that women were inferior to men? The sea of grass began to ripple from the inside to the outside. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface, causing ripples that spread out in all directions. It did not mean that the killer grass was moving. The killer grass would never move. What was moving were the ripples of the killer grass. The killer grass in the center was already violently twisting into all kinds of waves that were constantly changing. The space between the grass was completely intertwined, colliding, and the collision was getting more and more intense. This kind of vibration began to spread outwards. The sea of grass closer to the center was more intense, and the sea of grass further away was milder. The sea of grass at the edge had not yet felt the transmission of energy. For the sea of grass, which was the size of a universe, it would take time for it to spread. However, one could imagine how fast this process would take. When the entire fragrant grass trail began to tremble violently, that would be the true test of a cultivator's ability. Perhaps for some cultivators, it would be difficult for them to even protect themselves, let alone do anything else. The 3 Kuan cultivators did not choose to run towards the area with the weakest fluctuations. Even if this was their first instinct, they were very clear that unless you could choose the right direction to run out of the fragrant grass trail, running away would be futile. They could only persevere here, even if they had to cut off the killer grass, until the sea of grass consumed all of its energy and returned to calm. In this kind of perseverance, The difference in strength between the three Kuan cultivators was completely exposed. The second sister, Fei Yu, was the strongest, but she could still stay in place without moving. The eldest sister, Lan Mai, was somewhat unable to hold on. For safety reasons, in order to not be entangled by the killer grass, she began to slowly move outward. The third sister, Qian Zi, was slightly weaker. Right now, she was already in a situation where she was fighting and retreating at the same time. If she continued to retreat at this speed, she would disappear from the two senior sisters' perception in a few moments. No one shouted themselves hoarse, and no one stretched out a hand to urge them to stay. This was their own tribulation, and no one could help the other. Nature still used its unique method to teach these heaven-defying cultivators a lesson. It was also at this time that when all the cultivators were contending against nature's mighty force, in the midst of the sea of grass madness, there was a short pause. Perhaps it was the pause in each cultivator's sea of consciousness. Something had been shattered. Once, twice. The eldest sister, Lan Mai, released her divine sense and shouted with all her might, "Slaughter! Impermanence! Two have been shattered." In fact, there was no need for her to shout. It was just a way for her to vent. Every cultivator in the sea of grass, or in other words, every cultivator in the main and reverse spaces of the universe, no matter where they were, no matter what the environment was, whether they were in seclusion, fighting, eating, or dual cultivating, could clearly feel the two extraordinary shattering sound. This was the first time in history that two Taos had been shattered at the same time. No one knew what this meant. To these people in the sea of grass, they didn't have time to consider this problem. What they needed to consider was how to escape the entanglement of the killer grass in such a harsh environment, as well as quickly discover the traces of the great Tao fragments. They also needed to rush over and compete with others. Outside the fragrant grass path, there was a group of rather crafty cultivators. They didn't enter the fragrant grass path in order to avoid possible risks. Their calculations were that once the great Tao shattered, they would rush in. By doing so, they could avoid the unnecessary risk of the grass tide, but there were also disadvantages. It took time to fly into the center of the sea of grass. By the time they flew there, their flesh would be gone, and it was hard to say whether there would be a few bones left. Risk and reward always complemented each other. To these cultivators who weren't confident enough, the current situation was particularly awkward. Because of their craftiness, if they wanted to get a share of the soup, they had to take a greater risk. They had to go up against the storm of the sea of grass. This was the gift from the heavenly Tao to the coward. Weren't you afraid? Instead, it made you more dangerous. Unless you gave up. Under such a choice, to these cultivators who weren't firm enough in their Tao hearts and strength, how many of them could muster up the courage to rush in? From the moment they stayed outside the fragrant grass path, they had no fate with this opportunity. How could the loophole of the heavenly Tao be so easy to exploit? Even if it was the incomplete heavenly Tao now, most of the cultivators let out a long sigh, turned around and left, and went to the void of the universe to look for opportunities that might only be 1 in 100 million. There were also some who wanted to fight one more time. Not long after they rushed in, they could only come out with their tails between their legs. At the periphery of the fragrant grass path, the distance between the killer grass was relatively large, but they could still feel the pressure. If they really went in deeper, they might not be able to come out. This was elimination. Chapter 1133. Lan Mai keenly sensed a sharp aura not far away. Second sister, third sister, follow me. Under the power of nature, they should of course split up and not fight the killer grass head-on. However, if they found traces of the great Tao fragment, there was no need to split up. In any case, they had no choice but to fight it head-on, so why should they split up? The three of them all came from the Heaven's Choice Good Country and had a deep relationship with each other. Most importantly, killing was not their life's great Tao. They just took care of it, so there was a possibility of sharing it. The three of them joined together and cleverly followed the second sister, Crimson Moon, as the leader. The one who cut the grass was also Crimson Moon, while the other two stayed close behind and did not attack. The advantage of this was that the strength of the sea of grass was only relative to the strength of one person. It was not as great as the strength of 3 people attacking at the same time. This was the best way to move as a team. Not everyone could be like them. The distance between their chests and their backs required complete trust. The friendship between life and death was something that could be entrusted to each other. They also had to make up for each other's strength. The 2 who did not attack at the back were the most effective support for Crimson Moon. This kind of ambiguous movement could only be done by female cultivators. If it was a male cultivator, for example, Juzian's group of 4, if they were strung together like this, they would be laughed at by others. They would not be able to raise their heads for the rest of their lives. Therefore, even in the cultivation world, it seemed that women also had some kind of inexplicable convenience. The killer grass began to crazily sweep over. In the turbulent sea of grass, its reaction was even more sensitive than when there was no grass wave. This would greatly consume the cultivator's magic power and soul, and it would quickly weaken the cultivator's battle state. For Yuanian cultivators, the time they could hold on could only be measured by days. They would be exhausted in 10 days or 10 days. If the cultivator did not rush out of the sea of grass within this period of time, or if the grass wave did not stop, then the cultivator's fate would be determined. The method of the 3 Kuan cultivators of the good country was brilliant. They increased the time consumption by 3 times and continuously replenished it. If they did it well, they could reach a fragile balance. How could a heaven's chosen cultivator who dared to come to the origin world to take a share of the pie not have some sort of trump card? The entire path of fragrant grass was boiling. Clearly, more than one slaughter Dao fragment had entered. The perfected cultivator's judgment was correct. Because the path of fragrant grass had a very special killing aura, it was very attractive to slaughter Dao fragments. This could be seen from the fact that most of the hidden cultivators had begun to move. Natural disasters and man-made disasters happened simultaneously, increasing the danger of the fragrant grass trail by countless times. The weakest cultivators among them were already complaining incessantly. They were no longer worried about how to find the slaughter shards, but how to get out alive. This was because the grass tide no longer had a fixed direction and was constantly changing, forcing them to cut the grass to deal with it, which would then lead to even more grass tides chasing after them. The direction of the 3 sisters was unwavering. Even if they sensed the aura of another fragment of the Great Path during this process, they didn't send anyone to check it out. They chased after the one closest to them, simple and pure. More than 10 days later, Lan Mai was the one who took the lead. They were already very close to the Great Dao fragment. Fortunately, no one had obtained it first yet. Would they be able to obtain it without being disturbed? This was an extravagant hope. In their line of sight, 2 more cultivators appeared, and they immediately began to fight. They were a swordsman and a body cultivator. Unlike them, the sword vein and the body vein were the orthodoxies that desired the slaughter Dao the most. They had a psychological desire to obtain it. This was a fight that no one would back down from. They're all origin world cultivators. They're fighting like dogs. Qianzi said disdainfully. Crimson Moon sighed. Don't say that, third sister. This is normal under the Great Path. People like us are abnormal. The 3 women discovered the 2 origin world cultivators fighting. The 2 origin world cultivators weren't to be trifled with, and they also discovered them. They didn't know how the 2 communicated. Perhaps after a short fight, they felt that they couldn't do anything to the other for the time being, so they inevitably set their sights on the 3 of them. From a tactical point of view, this was a very correct choice. Rather than fighting until both sides were injured, or one died and the other was crippled, the remaining people definitely wouldn't be able to snatch the Great Dao fragment from these 3 origin world cultivators. Since that was the case, why not get rid of the 3 origin world cultivators first? Female cultivators were always looked down upon at times like this, and the origin world cultivators had an inexplicable confidence. The chaotic battle suddenly began. Both sides were greatly shocked when they came into contact with each other. The 3 sisters felt that these 2 cultivators, the swordsman was incomparably sharp, and the body cultivator was as heavy as a mountain. Neither of them were easy to deal with. The swordsman and body cultivator were also puzzled. Why were the origin world cultivators so difficult to deal with? After a few exchanges, they hadn't gained any advantage at all. The chaotic battle between the 5 of them had turned this place upside down. Unavoidably, the tide of grass became even crazier. However, since this had already happened, it couldn't be stopped. They wouldn't give up until they were dead. The 3 sisters had the advantage, but this advantage couldn't be turned into victory for the time being. These 2 fellows didn't have the tacit understanding of each other. They were enemies just a moment ago, but now they were fighting side by side. They hadn't gotten into character yet. This also meant that this was likely to be a protracted battle. In the ordinary universe, this wouldn't be considered much. It was common for cultivators to fight for several days and nights. However, in the fragrant grass path, in the sea of grass, a stalemate was the most dangerous, because the pressure of the environment would only increase. The situation of the battlefield wasn't 2 sides, but 3. There was also an endless amount of killing grass that couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. According to the rhythm of their battle, if they continued like this, there might not be a victor between the humans, but between the humans and nature, there might be a victor between them first. Everyone understood this logic. The key point was that no one was willing to retreat. They all hoped that their opponents would retreat under the enormous psychological pressure. This was a huge gamble. The 3 sisters worked together as one, and their willpower was as strong as steel. However, their opponents were the 2 most stubborn orthodoxies in the universe's cultivation world. The swordsman had always fought to the death, and the body cultivator had always disregarded life and death. How could they retreat in front of 3 origin cultivators? The more they fought, the more tacit understanding these 2 fellows had. If this situation didn't change, there could only be one final result, and that was mutual destruction. Did this make sense? It didn't. Did it make sense? It depended on how you looked at it. However, this worst ending didn't happen in the end. In the intense battle, the environment was extremely noisy, and one's divine sense couldn't reach far. The tide of grass, the fluctuations of spells, the crisscrossing of sword chi, and the gushing of blood. In the chaos, a figure suddenly appeared and stuck close to the body cultivator's huge avatar. When it left, the body cultivator's powerful body had already turned into a corpse. Chapter 1134. The swordsman's reaction was quick. He knew that he had lost the upper hand, but he was unable to escape from the battle with the 3 sisters. When he finally managed to escape from the 3 sisters' combined spells, the mysterious figure had closed in on him once again. The swordsman was very wary of this mysterious Taoist. He also realized that the physique cultivator was instantly killed by this person's sneak attack. His strength was similar to that of a physique cultivator, but his body was still weaker. There was no way he could withstand this person's possession. Therefore, after escaping from the 3 sisters' spells, he did not hesitate to escape from this mysterious person even if he had to risk getting injured. He was very clear that in this kind of battle, as long as he could escape, it would mean that he had successfully escaped. No one would chase after him in this kind of situation. The key was that the mysterious person had closed in on him for the first time. If he could deal with it, he would be able to keep his life. There were many ways to escape, but there was only one for the swordsman. The mysterious Taoist did not expect that the swordsman's attempt to escape from the 3 sisters' spells was just an illusion. He leaped out slightly, then turned around and charged towards the approaching swordsman. At the same time, he held his sword in his hand. No one would doubt his determination to die together with the enemy. This was the swordsman's method, and more importantly, the method of Shao Ying. In the words of the swordmaster, no one was unafraid of death, but no one would act like the swordsman until the very end. The best way to escape was to let the enemy think that you were going to put your life on the line. The best way to put your life on the line was to let the enemy think that you were going to escape. In the sea of grass, the distance was limited. There was no way to avoid the 2 sides' attacks. The swordsman's sudden dash towards the 4 opponents was out of everyone's expectations. He achieved his tactical goal by slashing open the mysterious Taoist's body with his sword. However, there was no celestial phenomenon, nor was there any blood, nor were there any broken limbs. The mysterious Taoist in front of him was like a pool of liquid, which was cut in half by the sword. However, no blood, bones, or internal organs could be found inside the pool of liquid. It was only shiny and silvery, as if it was made of a pool of mercury. The tactic was right, but the strategy was wrong. The swordsman did not expect this mysterious opponent's skill to be so strange. It was completely different from that of a normal human cultivator. He was definitely not a good target for close combat. The time was too short, and there was no time for him to determine the foundation of his opponent's martial arts. This was the result of recklessly getting close to him. The sword swung through the air and did not achieve its goal. The Taoist split into two pieces and landed on his body. It was as if something was drilling into his body. It was so viscous that he couldn't shake it off. Even his flying swords couldn't deal with this strange thing. It was like a basin of water had been splashed on your body. How would you deal with it? In the next moment, the swordsman felt as if his entire soul had exploded. Under the control of his opponent, his mind was like a small boat in the middle of the ocean, tossed to the top of the waves, and then smashed to the bottom of the wave. This was the most classic mental resonance technique. It relied on taking the initiative to control the enemy's mind. Everyone was riding a roller coaster. If you can't endure this kind of stimulation, then forget about it. The premise of attacking was that one's mental strength was much stronger than the opponent. The swordsman understood this very well. The swordmaster had also discussed this kind of mental attack with them. In the swordmaster's words, "If I encounter such a situation, I'll let the opponent's mind shake to death. But if you encounter such a situation, it's best to stay away." In fact, there was only one core, a cultivator's basic attribute. If one's mental strength was strong, then everything would be fine, especially when faced with such a strange and mysterious attack. If one's mental strength was not strong enough, then it would be hard to say anything. A wrong judgment led to a wrong result. The mysterious Taoist's mental resonance was very fast. In 1 or 2 breaths, he had reached the swordsman's limit. In the next moment, he became a corpse without any external injuries. Then, countless killer grass wrapped around his body, melting and disintegrating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The 3 sisters floated forward and tried their best to stabilize their bodies in the sea of grass. "Greetings, Senior Xiaoyuan. Without Senior Xiaoyuan's help this time, I'm afraid we would have perished together with these 2 lunatic." The Taoist waved his hand. "Don't mention it, junior sister. I know that your combined strength hasn't been fully unleashed yet, right? I just want everything to end faster." Xiaoyuan was a cultivator from the Maro country in the Heaven's Choice continent. His orthodoxy was known to be specious in the Heaven's Choice continent. It had the unpredictable changes of the law veins, the physical abilities of the body veins, and the mental strength of the spirit veins. It was a non-orthodox orthodoxy that was famous for its powerful combat strength. Especially when facing an opponent who didn't know his background, it would be very difficult to distinguish his roots. Thus, it would be difficult to deal with him. Just like that swordsman just now, if he knew that this person was a body cultivator and soul cultivator, he definitely wouldn't have rashly approached him. Xiaoyuan was even more of a weirdo among weirdos. He practiced a very ancient technique that was almost lost in the world, refining qi into mercury. This technique of his didn't just make the magic power in his body as thick as mercury, it also refined his entire body into mercury. There was no weak point in his body. Even if he was chopped into 17 or 18 pieces, under the fusion of the mercury liquid, he would be a good man again in an instant. Among the Yuanian cultivators in the Heaven's Choice continent, he was a very famous existence. He was also the person who escorted the Heaven's Choice cultivators into the fragrant grass path. Doing so might be very unbecoming of a cultivator. One should fight for their own fated chances and not rely on others. However, in this unfamiliar environment where the cultivators of the origin world had an absolute advantage, it was very foolish to scrupulously abide by the so-called rules. If you talk about rules with the cultivators of the origin world, would the cultivators of the origin world talk about rules with you? Just like how outside the fragrant grass path, there were people from the long gully who wanted to use numbers to suppress them. During the battle just now, the swordsman and the body cultivator chose to join hands without hesitation. From the root, it could be said that they were targeting the outsiders like the Heaven's Choice cultivators. Therefore, although the Heaven's Choice cultivators didn't come to the fragrant grass path to snatch the fragment, there were two top-notch Yuanian cultivators among them. One was Xiao Yuan, who had just appeared, and the other was Tengchong, whose whereabouts were still unknown. Fei Yu gestured with her white hand, "Senior Marshal Brother, please." Without Senior Marshal Brother's help, it would be very difficult for the three of us to obtain this fragment. The cultivation world doesn't talk about modesty. Senior Marshal Brother, quickly take it. The three of us sisters will block any possible sneak attacks for you. Xiao Yuan laughed. My responsibility is to help you obtain the fragment. Since there's an opportunity, why should I refuse? As for me, I have plenty of opportunities. When I want to take it, who can stop me? After he finished speaking, he didn't care whether the three of them agreed or not. With a shake of his body, he disappeared into the sea of grass. Carefree and unrestrained, the three sisters sighed. They had spent so much effort chasing after it, but in their senior martial brother's eyes, it was just an ordinary thing. This was the difference between people. Lan Mai also didn't argue. Second sister, this is yours. The next one is third sister's. I don't care about this thing, so I'll be last. Chapter 1135. Crimson Moon successfully collected the slaughter fragments, which took her nearly 2 hours. The three sisters continued to wander in the sea of grass, moving forward with difficulty in the wild grass tide. The grass waves behind them seemed to never stop chasing them. They were now beginning to get used to this tense rhythm. The pressure was still heavy, but mentally, they were much more relaxed. There seemed to be more Grand Dao fragments falling on the fragrant grass trail than expected. The great cultivator's judgment was very accurate, which filled all the participating cultivators with enthusiasm. Maybe some people could easily obtain the fragments without being disturbed, but more people needed to solve the problem in battle. The fragrant grass trail was almost the size of a universe, which made all the cultivators in a state of running at high speed, completely ignoring the sea of grass storm. Collecting the fragments was not an easy task. Even if there was no opponent competing with you, you were constantly entangled in the sea of grass. You had to maintain the same flying direction and speed as the Grand Dao fragments. While dealing with the countless killing grass mats, you also had to divide your spirit to communicate with the fragment. Many cultivators, even if they were in a state of no disturbance and were lucky enough to encounter the fragments, could not achieve a balance in this kind of multitasking. Either they were forced away by the grass tide, or they could not successfully collect the fragments. Under the delay, other cultivators came to take advantage of the situation. Therefore, there was a series of disputes. Those who came first, those who came later, those from the main world, those from the negative space, one after another. Because of this relatively special environment, because the sea of grass storm broke out at the right time, everything was full of variables. Although many Grand Dao fragments appeared, in terms of collecting them, it was much slower than what the cultivators had imagined. It also created countless stories of sorrow and joy. After running for half a month, the three sisters once again found the signs of Grand Dao fragments. It was not just one, but three at the same time. After a slight differentiation, they avoided the farthest place and gave up the place with the most mixed aura, which was obviously the place with the most people fighting for the fragments. They chose the direction that they thought was the most suitable. Things were clear. It was actually the easiest to fight for the Grand Dao fragments at the first moment, because most of the cultivators were still on their way. As time slowly passed, when most of the cultivators had their own goals, it was unlikely that there would be any lucky people who could reap without putting in any effort. No matter how many fragments fell, it was far from being comparable to the crowd that would move upon hearing the news. Every shard could go through a long and arduous struggle. It was a difficult question for every cultivator to decide whether they should stick to a certain fragment or change their target. It's a test of your choice and your confidence. While flying, Qianzi's sharp eyes caught sight of a tangled patch of killer grass in front of them. Look, there's another big dumpling over there. That was a position entangled by hundreds of killer grass. If a rope was tied into a dead knot, it might be easy to untie it, but if hundreds of them were tangled together, it would truly be a mess. The bulge could no longer be seen, let alone the shape of a human. Judging from the scale of the killer grass entanglement, the Yuanian cultivator should be able to hold on for a while longer. Based on their own strength, when a Yuanian cultivator was entangled by hundreds of killer grass, it was relatively easy for her to escape. The reason why Zhongxian was held back could be because he was not strong enough, or it could be because he was injured. If there were more than 1,000 or 2,000 roots, it meant that there was danger. They had seen many similar situations along the way, but none of them had lent a helping hand. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but that there was no way he could extend such a helping hand. To save him and compete with him? Was he unfamiliar or familiar? Was he an enemy or a friend? Being merciful was not suitable here, which meant that he did not have the rationality of a cultivator. The three sisters passed by the big dumpling without the slightest sympathy. This was the cultivation world, not a nursing home. If he was not strong enough, he should not have come here. If he came here, he should not have expected sympathy from others. In the big zongzi, Lu Xiaoyi was still exploring the core rules of the killer grass with the help of his unique conditions. The killer grass had no intelligence, so it couldn't communicate with it. It was destined that it couldn't reach an understanding with each other. The only thing he could do was to understand the linkage mechanism of the killer grass, and then find the part that he could use. Of course, this was only part of his goal. If he could not find the core mechanism of the killer grass, he would just have to use more strength and be more brutal. His core goal was still to increase his cultivation. He would not forget what he should be doing just because he came here. In the past 10 years, he had swallowed a steady stream of spiritual vigor, and finally, his cultivation had reached the critical point. When his spiritual vigor was about to reach the bottom, his cultivation also stopped advancing. He needed another opportunity to cross this hurdle. That was really annoying. He was very relaxed and did not have the sense of urgency that other cultivators had. The shards of the Great Way were dispensable to him. Moreover, with the ability of the Sparrow Palace, it was very convenient to snatch them. If he was willing, he could even repeat the scene in the Cave of the Ruins of the End if there were a lot of shards of the slaughter grass falling here. But it was just a thought. He would not really do it. Success once had its chance. If he did it too many times, it would lead to some unpredictable risks. After all, there was no good in selling the Great Way. In the Cave of the Ruins of the End, the one who secretly bound the shards of the Great Way was the Lord of the Ruins of the End, so he had no karma with him. Now, if he directly seized the shards of the Great Way that fell from Qingwei Heaven, it would be hard to say. The first action could be forgiven, but the second time, in the past 10 years, he had actually been doing one thing, which was to use his Dao state ability to evolve a set of sword technique. He had this idea for a long time. Of course, the most important thing was to improve himself. He wanted to systematize and summarize his sword technique system so that everything would be more orderly, because he was no longer alone. He had a group of shadow-swaying brothers following him. Perhaps there would be a group of Heaven's Choice Swordsman brothers in the future. When others wanted to learn from him, he had to have something that he could use. He would use a move against a Dao state cultivator first. When he had a new understanding in the future, he would add to it. He was a very picky person. When it came to sword techniques, he had obsessive-compulsive disorder. If it was not truly outstanding, different, powerful, and did not truly belong to him, he would not record it. In this way, there were not many that could catch his eye. So far, there were only 4 of them. Mayday, the quick rotation of the Great Way of the 5 elements to find a gap. In an extremely short period of time, through the changes of the 5 elements, he could find the opponent's weakness and attack it in one strike. Illusory Head, an absolute defense created through the Great Void Dao realm. It could redirect any powerful attack into nothingness. Hypocritical benevolence. This was an application of merit. It was a variant of formless charity. It was especially good at dealing with those Buddhist disciples who had yet to reach the realm of perfection in merit. Who extinguished the light. In the great way of the stars, the flying sword suddenly borrowed the power of the stars, just like how he sneaked an attack on the true Lord who wanted to sneak up on him in the mortal realm. These were the essence of his sword techniques over the years. He was especially satisfied with the names. Chapter 1136. After improving his cultivation and induction swordsmanship, his third goal was to study the murderous grass. It was not that he did not value it, but it was not something that could be done overnight when it involved a brand new direction of great Tao. In the Tao state, it was an iron law to speed up and not achieve it. That was the Tao realm of creation for him. He did not get the fragment of creation because the creation had not collapsed. The reason why he studied the murderous grass was because it was temporarily useful, just like how he studied the great Tao of space in the negative space. Without a fixed plan and the help of the fragment of great Tao, he had to work hard in this area because of an accidental reason, which was not in line with the concept of cultivators. It was a last-minute effort to solve a headache, and the results could be imagined. This was on the basis that he had the foundation of these great Taos. If it were someone else, they would not even be able to touch the door. Therefore, to put the study of the murderous grass as the third, secondary position, was in line with the cultivator's Tao heart. It was fine if he succeeded, but it was also fine if he failed. Under this kind of unavoidable delay, he finally had some rough understanding of the murderous grass in the past 10 years. This understanding not only came from the Tao of creation realm, but also from his own body that had been transformed by the small universe, as well as his deep understanding of the colors of nature. Every cultivator who came here would have their own research on the murderous grass and their own gains. Everyone, without exception. Not only Lu Xiaoyi would do this, but to what extent they could reach, it depended on their own fate in this aspect. From this point of view, he was considered to have done quite deeply. Of course, he could feel that two great Taos had collapsed. However, he happened to be at a critical juncture of understanding the sea of grass, so he did not immediately go out to fight for it. He knew very well that this kind of fight would last for a very long time, just like the sea of grass storm would last for a very long time. What was the hurry? If he wanted it, he would definitely get it. It would not be good if he went early. If he snatched too much, he would be punished by heaven. Helping a friend? His friend might not be willing. Studying the response law of the sea of grass in a deeper level would be very beneficial for his future actions. Therefore, he felt at ease and sat down to watch the wind and clouds. He used the eyes of a big dumpling to watch the sea of grass, the surging waves of grass, the competition between humans and nature, and the competition between humans and the great Tao. It was very interesting. In recent days, he had gained some insights on the path of creation. He dared not say too much, but after nearly 10 years of observation and comprehension, he finally made some progress on the killer grass. The most intuitive reaction was that when he was surrounded by the killer grass, he was no longer as passive as when he was in the beginning, where he needed to cut the grass with his sword to maintain the scale of hundreds of killer grass entangling him. Now, he almost didn't need to cut the grass, and no more killer grass would come to bother him, even if the killer grass could sense that there was an alien among them. Now, he had made new progress. He could fuse his own power of providence into the vast power of providence in the sea of grass. He couldn't command them, but he could use what they sensed for his own use. In other words, the sea of grass was his eyes and the sea of grass was his ears. The limitation was that the range of his perception was still too small and not wide enough. If he continued to research like this range would rapidly expand until the entire fragrant grass trail was within his perception range. Should he rush out and kill people to snatch the fragments? Or should he train his perception to the maximum, so that he could not only hone his path of creation realm, but also completely grasp the position and movement of every great Tao fragment in the fragrant grass trail, and then pick them up without bloodshed? Of course, he would choose the latter. There would always be fragments. The sea of grass was so big, how could human cultivators know everything? If they could get it easily, why would they have to kill people to snatch it? In fact, in his heart, he still liked this kind of game that relied on wisdom to determine the winner. It was not easy. Taoists, monks, people chosen by the heavens in the main world, men, women, opponents, friends, who came here not to kill people, but to cultivate. Why would they want to cut off other people's paths? It was enough for him to have one path. Lu Xiaoyi considered himself to be a very perceptive person. He did not see any enemies here. Even if it was a Buddhist disciple, he would not attack without a reason. His killing had always been for a reason, and not for the sake of killing. It was also good to watch the show. Maybe when his eyes and ears were wider, he would be able to see what the snot worm Qing Xian was up to. What kind of shameful tricks were they up to? Exposing their ugliness when there was no one around? He couldn't wait any longer. What was interesting was that before he saw his friends, he first saw their companions. Yes, it was the 3 women dressed in palace robes. He was actually a little curious about those who wore palace robes. In his previous life, there were perverts who liked them. Of course, he was not a pervert, but why not set a small target first? Let's not care about the 3 snot worms for now. Let's see why the beauties were in such a hurry to fly over. Those 3 were also ruthless. They obviously noticed the existence of a big dumpling like him, but they did not have the slightest intention of coming over to help. Sigh, once a woman hardened her heart, ordinary men really could not compare to her. After flying for a few days, the 3 sisters were close to the scene of the fight for the fragment. The grass tide was getting more and more turbulent, and the pressure of traveling in it was also increasing. In any case, there were still 3 of them. Fortunately, they did not split up at that time. This was really a lucky choice. At that time, they split up for the sake of their Tao heart, the responsibility of an individual cultivator. But what happened next proved that if they had followed their Tao heart at that time, perhaps it would have been a different scene. They might not have been injured, but at the very least, they would not have been able to handle it as easily as they did now. The heavenly Tao was just this tormenting. The area they came to was already being fought over by 3 cultivators. In the current sea of grass, this was already considered very rare. They discovered that the area with the most people fighting over it was actually 7 or 8 people, and no one was willing to give way to them. Their aura could not be concealed, because the waves of grass caused by them were the most conspicuous sign. On this point, they admired senior martial brother Xiaoyuan, who could appear and disappear like a ghost. To be able to achieve a certain degree of noiselessness in the sea of grass, that was a true expert, the embodiment of the highest level of strength. Fortunately, there was no such existence in the origin world. What should we do? Rush over and fight for it directly? Or use some other method? Crimson Moon laughed. Other method? What other method can there be right now? I dare say that as long as we get close, they will definitely team up to deal with us first. Third sister, why don't you use the honey trap first? As the eldest sister, although Lan Mai's strength was slightly inferior to Crimson Moon's, she had a special skill in the Tao of perception. That's not right. This fragment is not slaughter, it's impermanence. Chapter 1137. The Impermanence Grand Tao. It was rare to see a fragment of the Impermanence Grand Tao in the fragrant grass path. An environment like the sea of grass was more attractive to slaughter shards, but it was hard to say how it would affect impermanence shards. Even so, it was not surprising for impermanence shards to appear anywhere. Therefore, the competition was very fierce, and no one was willing to give way. It was easy to encounter slaughter shards here, but difficult to encounter impermanence shard. The Impermanence Grand Tao was a path that very few people regarded as their lifelong cultivation path. This was because it was not very helpful to cultivators in battle and was not direct enough. Comparatively speaking, those old masters who were involved in research spent more effort on impermanence shard. However, every cultivator had some understanding of impermanence shards, because it was related to the development of their own skills. For the cultivators who remained in the sea of grass, it was a pity to abandon it. This was a common mentality because cultivators did not have the confidence to fuse with this impermanence shard. If they spent a lot of effort and still failed to fuse with it, it would be meaningless and a waste of time. This was why only 3 people fought over it, even though impermanence shards were rare. The 3 Heaven's Choice sisters were in the same situation. Crimson Moon asked, "Big sister, third sister, are you interested in this shard?" Her meaning was simple. If they were interested, they would fight for it. If they were not, they might as well leave early and look for another place. Qianzi was straightforward. "I don't need it. Cultivation variables are the most troublesome thing for me. I can't even avoid it normally, so how would I dare to touch it?" "But big sister." Lan Mai was not pretentious. "I'm interested. Compared to the slaughter grand Dao, impermanence is more meaningful to me. Second sister, third sister, help me. Let's see if we can find any opportunities here." Crimson Moon confirmed again. "Big sister, are you really interested in it, and not because it's easier here?" Lan Mai said, "Why should I be polite with you?" "Second sister, you're making trouble again." Crimson Moon was worried that Big Sister would take care of them too much and go against her wishes because there were fewer people here. Hearing Big Sister's words, Crimson Moon smiled. "If that's the case, what else is there to say? Let's go straight to the point. With our strength, we can't always rely on others to help us, right?" The 3 women's heroic spirits surged. This was a confident choice. The 3 of them were above average cultivators here, so there was no need for them to be timid. Their opponents were 3 spell cultivators, which was the most common occupation in the Sea of Grass. Their battle style was also the most mainstream. As soon as they came into contact, they immediately joined forces to deal with the 3 tigresses that harbored malicious intentions. The battle was fierce and thrilling. Because of the dangerous environment, they had to deal with the omnipresent killer grass while dealing with the enemy. In this kind of situation, having cooperation and not having cooperation became very important. The 3 female cultivators of the Hao Kingdom came from the same orthodoxy, and the advantage of being together day and night gradually displayed its might. A blood-red haze enveloped the battlefield. This was their Dao, the post-celestial Great Dao, Red Haze Dao. Although it looked similar to the Blood River Dao, its mechanism was completely different. The root of the Blood River Dao was the destruction of the innate Dao, while the root of the Red Dawn Dao was creation. They were completely different. This was also one of the very few post-celestial Great Daos that belonged exclusively to women. Men couldn't cultivate it because they didn't have this ability. It was also because of this that the 3 cultivators of the origin world were particularly unfamiliar with the Red Dawn Dao. Because of this, they would make mistakes in their judgment, and mistakes in their judgment would lead to flaws. Under the premise that their cultivation was inferior to the 3 Kuan cultivators, the signs of defeat quickly appeared. Seeing that they couldn't hold on any longer, the 3 cultivators could be considered to be able to pick up and let go. In the face of 3 powerful opponents, and under the premise that they might not be able to fuse with the impermanence fragment, there was no meaning in persevering. However, the 3 sisters weren't happy at all. Because while they were fighting, several more cultivators rushed over. When they discovered that the Great Dao fragment here was impermanence, some immediately left, but there were also those who insisted on staying. A chaotic battle inevitably broke out. With this place as the center, a tide of grass grew stronger and stronger. What was worse was that there were still cultivators constantly joining in. It wasn't clear whether the tide of grass had attracted these people, or if there were cultivators maliciously spreading the news. The impermanence fragment was indeed not the first choice of most cultivators, but the cultivation world would never lack those maverick. What was scarce was precious. This was an unchanging truth. In the chaos, everything was changing. The people were changing, and some were coming, and some were leaving. The tide of grass was changing, becoming more and more fierce. The impermanence fragment was also moving, and it was moving in the direction of the 3 female cultivators. It was a mess. There were already more than 10 cultivators gathered here, and more might come in the future. The 3 sisters felt that their small group had already lost the chance to fight for victory. The eldest sister, Lan Mai, was very decisive. There's no need to waste time here. Let's leave. Crimson Moon was still a little unwilling. Eldest sister, we can actually wait a little longer. Maybe there will be some good changes after they fight each other. Lan Mai was very determined. Second sister,